Good evening. This is the Issaquah City Council meeting of Tuesday, October 28th. Did I get it right? Yeah, this is a budget, scheduled budget deliberation meeting. It's our fourth of the four planned ones. And tonight, we have a very full agenda. And I put up on the overhead really what was in the packet that we received, and I've added a few things. And so I just want to go through it really quickly. What was in the packet we already had was to review the answers to the previous questions. I think I may have moved nonprofit funding up to here. I think that was a little bit of a different order. And then what was in there that was followed by the Old Town Capital Project, Newport Way Fund, replacement vehicles, skate park, Route 200 fare box discussion, then 3 agenda bills. And also, I added in here review. Okay, this was a working document. I think I'm going to I may not end up doing that. In terms of kind of new business, just based upon some conversation I had earlier this week, I think just a conversation about our options for using the ending fund balance of the general fund. We are well above our, at the planned 20.6% ratio of expenditures to ending fund balance, or ending fund balance to expenditures. We're well above our policy guidelines. And so just a conversation about what options that we have. And one thing that's not mentioned in the budget at all is actually putting something in the contingency fund. So I want to have a conversation about that. And then, as you can see in there, Mary Lou did a very interesting assessment of the budget versus policies, and I thought that would be very helpful. Of course, we're going to be, kind of deliberating these points as we go through them. But that point down there, council deliberations, is really kind of a place to kind of tie things up for us. And then the goal out of this meeting would be to give any, if any, direction to the administration for some adjustments or changes, and I'm not predetermined that there are going to be any, but the idea would be to get out of here with very clear direction if there is. We're not going to finish it tonight, obviously, because this is not a regular business meeting. We have a week next Monday on November 3rd. We have a regularly scheduled council meeting, and included on there will be the public hearing on the budget, specifically the revenue component, property tax component of that. That public hearing, I think it's a second public hearing that we'll then be having on the overall budget 2 weeks later on the 17th of November. And that regular business meeting is the first opportunity for us to actually take action, on the budget, formal action on the budget. So between then and now, we do not have any other of these work sessions, budget work sessions scheduled. But if we'll try, if one is needed, we'll determine that this evening. At least that's one of the goals. Before we get started, Nina, you have a question?
Yeah. Yes, as reviewing what you just said, we are proposing direction now, and then we have the public hearing. And so that direction, even tonight, wouldn't necessarily be final in any way anyway, right? Because we still have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It wouldn't be final because, well, we're not voting on it. But I do know that staff needs time, and we want to afford them as much time as possible. If there's a general direction we seem to be going on something, then they need time to research that and get back to us. So. That's the primary motivation. But you're right. We have to be. We have those business meetings before we're going to finalize anything. So this is still just preliminary, but it should be very directionally accurate to where we're going. Okay. So let's get started. And I don't need to maintain this on the overhead. Is there? The first order of business is the review, the answers to previous questions. Is there something from administration? Do we have a packet or anything, or?
We've handed out all the questions and previously gone over them. So it was really just wanted to have that on there if there was any further follow-up to the answers that would have already been provided, or if there have been any further questions that, desired some additional research. But we don't have any new ones that haven't been, they've all been addressed today.
In meetings. So
In the
as of the
meetings.
last meeting, we didn't have any action on unanswered questions that we were going to get more information on?
That's
I
correct.
don't remember. Oh, okay. Per Bob, does anybody have any other past questions or any other additional clarification required? Okay, so let's I want to go and talk about the nonprofit funding. It was on, I moved it up just from where it was. This is in the packet that we received today. Or not, we didn't receive today, but for today's meeting. And let me see, it was for the 28th. And so I'm sorry. Sure, okay. Yes, Stacy, what's your question?
Up is on. So replacement vehicle. So I had asked for the vehicle replacement policy.
So that's on, we have that identified as a specific item for tonight.
Thank
Okay. Yeah, I realize that was tied to a previous question, so yeah, it's on there. So now I have up here, and this is a nice eye test that's up here. This is part of the packet that we received at Services and Safety back on October 2nd. It was provided for everybody's reference here. Help me with the amount. This amount of funding totals roughly, is it actually in here maybe? Yeah, 330. Can you read that? $330,000. It's some of it's from the general fund, some of it's from capital, and all of these agencies on here, including the on this list, which I also note in this packet. It's really, the resolution is really small on my screen. That you included a line in here for one of the applicants that wasn't on the previous version of the packet, which is the application from the Friends of Lakes and Mammoth State Park. So every other item on this list actually just did a presentation of their material to Services and Safety on the 2nd. So what that committee didn't do, we did not come forward with a formal recommendation as an entire slate or as individual items. So I think I feel it's our obligation to the rest of the council to share the committee, really, I don't know, feedback, thoughts, decision. We did not vote on it. So, I don't know. So that obviously Eileen was there, Tola sat in for Nina, and what I thought we should do is just go down the list and kind of offer our thoughts on these amounts, for these. And really, if you have nothing to say or nothing to add, or if you just kind of support the proposal, we can do that very quickly, and you can just say that. And so I'll get started because it was my idea to do this. And the first one on here is for Art East, and it was a request for $5,000, a very modest amount, to really fund the same program, which is well, I cannot read what's on the screen in front of me. It's such a small print. I apologize. Let me just see if I can increase this a little bit. Nope, that didn't help much. So you guys, it's not a filtration system, that's for sure. Oh boy, that didn't help at all, did it? Yeah. So this has to do with the community. They have a name for it, so I'm looking for it right here. They do community programs involving the community in their various art projects and community. So this is partial funding for the position that makes that happen. I had absolutely no qualms. I totally support the request for $5,000 and the award of $5,000. I don't know if my other colleagues on the Services and Safety have anything else to change or add?
Yeah, I'm only, most of these I'm fine with. I only have specific cases that I'm not excited about. So most of these I'm very good with.
Okay, good. So maybe let's go fast. Do you have anything about the Art East application,
No.
Elaine? Okay.
No.
The next one on the list was, oh, okay.
I'm not on the committee, but.
Oh, yeah, okay, go ahead.
I think I asked last year about why the 5,000 is not funded out of the art fund, right? We have a separate funding mechanism for art, and this comes out of the general fund, I think.
Yeah,
So.
I believe it does. That's correct.
Yeah. And I don't remember the answer why it couldn't be funded out of our arts funding. It's the same amount of money, it's just where it comes from, because we've been looking for general fund savings previously.
Mhm.
So, I don't know, since it relates completely to art, supporting the programming.
So Diane should be stepping back in a moment. She'll be able to answer your question directly.
The 5,000 is budgeted out of the art fund.
Problem solved.
Well, that didn't work. Okay, any other questions?
I have a question. So typically, the process for the Arts Commission is that the Art Commission gets together and makes decisions as to where those dollars are spent. So are they in agreement with these 5,000 coming from that fund?
That's my understanding.
Thank you. The next item on the list was the a $20,000 request for at work. I do support this amount in this request. I don't know if our colleagues, Tola, if this is one you have a comment about?
Nope.
Or getting?
Program that we've been assisting for some time. This is operational for the recycling center and has great benefits, I believe, for all of a great population of people.
It is the same amount. I think it was that we did award them in 2014. So it's sustaining that program at the same level. The next item in there is a capital expense for the Cougar Mountain Zoo. Last year we did a freezer. This year they have going to do a campaign to add a filtration system to the water pond that their tigers use. They currently must do a complete flush of that at something like 14,000 gallons at a time every 2 weeks, and a filtration system would obviate the need to do that. They could actually just kind of keep the water clean. It's obviously would use a lot less fresh water and just overall improve the disruption in their operations. So this was not the full amount. They were going to have to actually raise more funds, and so this would just be part of the funds to implement that. And so I don't know if anybody has anything to add, Tola or Eileen? I think we funded them last year for the first time. My own impression is that, they are definitely a very unique element of the community, and this is a definite improvement. Certainly, anything to improve operations, and it's a real improvement, to that facility, and I'm glad that we can be part of it. So I support this amount.
Is this contingent then on the other matching funds? In other words, it's earmarked specifically, they don't get this money until they've shown the city that they've raised the other money?
I don't know about the strength of that contingency clause. Normally, I would expect it is. Bob?
So in the past, the most comparable thing to this would be when the Village Theater raised funds for the Children's Theater. We contributed to their fundraising campaign, and so we were listed as a donor. So this would be part of that overall, contribution to their fundraising campaign. So at the end of the day, they still need to meet the commitment that, that would be part of the donation. But that's what we did with the. Yeah, go ahead.
For 2014, when they submitted their request for the 10,000, they included the reimbursement request included the documentation where they originally acquired the entire freezer. So they provided that as evidence that they had purchased it.
But here, it sounds like it's just a contribution as if we were a donor, and so there may not need to be documentation, and the money will just go to the zoo and they'll spend it if they...
Well, it's like a pledge. So at some point when they make the purchase, we'd have that available. Yeah, right.
Thanks.
And it is an intent, I mean, a strong intent for them to do this, because this particular filtration will save them 80% of their water usage. So it's a great savings to them, plus healthier for the animals, and, I think the campaign will go forward.
Okay, any other questions? The next one on the list is the application is from the Downtown Issaquah Association, and it really is operating funds for staff. They requested 60. The administration is recommending 31.5, which is at the same level as the year before. I think I did ask them during committee, can they still be successful with the same amount? I mean, it was 60, a make or break type thing. They indicated that it wasn't, and that they could still be successful with this amount. I don't really have any strong feelings about this particular item. Tola, Eileen?
Well, I like keeping it at 31. A lot of these things I would expect as an organization matures, you have sort of a growth phase where an organization may need a leg up or a helping hand from the city, and as they mature, I would hope that our fraction of their overall revenues isn't necessarily going up. So I like the idea of keeping it at 31.5 rather than going to 60.
Okay, thank you. Eileen, did you have any comments?
I concur with Tola.
Okay. The next one is actual a capital expense from the Downtown Issaquah Association. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hold conversation to this until we're over, because it's a separate item on tonight's agenda. It's in support of our own, this council's 2015 goal for capital investment in the Old Town area. The next one on the list is on this list in the document provided for us today is the Friends of Lake Sammamish. This was really, they had requested 20,000, and the recommendation is 0. Actually, I'm going to what I want to do is move this one, after we go through this list that's on here, I want to have a conversation about that one and then go to the Old Town one. So I want to get through these easy ones first, because I think there's going to be a little bit more conversation about this. So for this, I'm going to come back to this one. The next one on the list is the Friends of the Issaquah Salmon Hatchery. Again, it's for support. It's for operations for their education program. That's a really quick summary of that. They requested 30. The administration is recommending 30, and that it matches the amount that we granted them last year as well. So I support this recommendation. Eileen or Tola, do you have any other counter?
No, I support it also. It's vital to have the educational programs that they need. So I support it fully.
Any questions? Okay. The next one was the Greater Issaquah Chamber of Commerce. They basically operate the Down Home 4th of July event. The ask was for $9,500, and this was the recommended amount. This is not the full amount. This does not cover all of their expenses for this. So in their application, they show how the remaining portion of the expenditures for the event are covered from other sources, including their own funds. Again, this is, they're doing us a service. I think we've heard this before in the last couple of years. Like, we asked them to actually run this event, and they stepped up, and they are partnering with us to do that. So this is our desire to continue that, and I fully support the recommendation from the administration and the amount. Any other comments, board committee members? Any questions from anybody? Okay. The next item on there is the Issaquah History Museum, and again, it's really about operations. This is not a capital request. This is operations. The request was for 80. The administration's recommendation is 480. Last year, we actually allocated 105, but that was 80 for operations and 25 for a feasibility study, which is currently still in progress. I know that's being conducted or starting to be conducted. I forget exactly the details, and we did get an update during the meeting of where they were on that. But from the kind of an operations perspective, it's the same amount as last year. Tola.
So this one's really, really difficult for me because I love history, and I love that our city has a real history as reflected in our downtown and a lot of other areas. But I continue to be troubled by the yearly request from the on this one in a number of areas. The first is that it's pretty consistently 80K, and it used to be that 80K was more than 50% of their budget, and they've just they now meet the 50% only because they've grown their budget enough such that the 80% is below 50%. As I look at their application, they actually have they mentioned 4,000 volunteer hours, but they have 4,300 paid hours. So they don't have, to my way of thinking, a particularly strong. That doesn't speak to a particularly strong volunteer program when they have fewer volunteer hours than they do paid hours. Additionally, they're targeting 7,800 visitors. I think the last time that I was on Services and Safety was about 4,000, which is $10 to $20 of subsidy per visitor, which is unfortunate. It seems like a lot of money. And then the fundamental thing is, I don't feel like I've seen much new from them in the last few years. I can't think of any new major programs except for the trolley, which is a textbook example of something that should be covered by private funds. I don't see new innovative things going on, unfortunately, at the depot. And I want to see, we have incredible assets in this city historically. We have some of the depot. They should just be doing a lot more with the depot. And so I think this council should potentially send a wake-up call and give a smaller amount than 80K. I feel bad having to say that, but I've thought about it for a while and feel strongly about it.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for, do we know the 25,000 from the 2014 budget for the feasibility study? Have we expended any of that money?
No, we have not. They asked for it to be reappropriated, and it's included in the proposal in 2015.
Yeah. So none of the work they've started this year is going to be covered by that expense, okay?
That was my understanding from a couple of months ago. Now, if they started that, I don't have direct knowledge.
I don't know that they've hired, I don't remember the discussion being that they've hired anybody. This was just kind of more of their internal assessment and looking at really kind of some preliminary groundwork, for this. Eileen, do you have any comments?
Erica was there and did a presentation in which she was trying to say that, and I think probably speaking to the reason as to why they really haven't moved forward with the last year's is that as they were beginning to look at it, they felt that perhaps they were going the wrong direction. They really needed to step back a bit and take a really hard look at what they're doing and where they're going and how they intend to achieve what they know they now need to. And with that knowledge, they felt a little bit with the board now engaged and ready to move forward with some hard looks at what is going to be important. And with, I know this is a big dollar amount. And I realize that they probably haven't used the 25,000 for the feasibility study from last year, but it's a tough little spot because history is not really sort of glamorous and glitzy, but it's really, really important to this community, and I think there is a marvelous place for it, and I would like to see us go forward with the dollars from last year and those from this year, and give them an opportunity to really go through and do that feasibility study, get their feet back on the ground, and get them their positioning and their direction really, and that's what Erica had said to us, that they really need to get that direction focused so that they knew exactly where they're going and what they need to work towards. And I would like us to continue to support them. I know it sounds like a high dollar amount, but I think this is the opportune year for them to be able to make some ground. You know, it's, like I said, it's not a real glitzy, and their location could probably be a little bit better location, but that's historic, that's downtown.
Nina?
Thank you, Paul. As you said earlier, I wasn't able to attend that meeting to hear the comments, but I have thought about this quite a bit too, and the sticker shock is something I sympathize with you, Tola, and I don't mean to speak about the feasibility study because I really don't know enough about it, but one thing that I think about with this, though I'm not sure if it's high or not, but I think that it's such an important expense in the city because it's outsourcing a thing that some governments and agencies have in-house, and it's a lot less expensive this way. So in one sense, I think this is a great value. I also think it is integral to any city. You either have to have this in-house or an agency or organization like this that does it for you. And as an example of value, I work with Highlands Council up in Issaquah Highlands, and in this last year, Port Blakely, who had been working in the area for many, many decades, not just the decades of developing Issaquah Highlands, was on their way out and had historical assets and photographs and documents and things like that, and we thought they'd give them to us at Highlands Council, but no, because we weren't qualified and didn't provide the sophisticated expertise that's required in maintaining these things. And Erica and the museum maintain that high standard of archival care. So, though I wish we would have had the assets, I felt they were good there, and you have to have a place like that. And it is sophisticated. It's not just anybody who has the expertise to manage these resources. So I want to do what's right for them.
And what do you think that is?
Gosh, I wish. 80,000 seems like a lot, but I wouldn't want to go much down from that.
Okay, any other
Sorry.
questions or comments? Josh?
It's just hard to know. I mean, I get all the arguments that are being made on both sides of me, literally. And I guess what I don't know is how this 80,000 is allocated. So, you know, you, Paul, went through a list of various things, or maybe Tola went through the list, right? And so for each of these, we've been going through this list of things that the organization does. And so we know, like the 4th of July funding, it's going towards the 4th of July celebration. That's a very obvious one-to-one correlation. I can't tell what this $80,000 is going towards. How much of it is allocated to the archiving efforts? How much is allocated to operation of the trolleys? There's this massive list here of projects. And so when Nina says, well, it might be a little high, but, you know, I don't want to go much lower, I don't know where the red line is. Is it, you know, if we reduced it to 75 to quote unquote send a message, as Tola pointed out, is that, you know, such a deep cut that it would impair their ability to do these activities? Or is it not enough of a cut so it still produces a cost savings to the city? I just don't know what each of these things means for that dollar amount. So without that breakdown, I can't really say this is high, low, or right on.
So, do you think you would then just be deferring to the recommendation of the administration?
It seems like that's been the recurring recommendation. I don't know if the committee can offer, I mean, they presented, obviously. You know, I remember when they used to present to the full council, we'd get a big glossy packet of what everybody did and, you know, how they did it. Is there any more information about the breakdown of this 80,000? Or I know a lot of the organizations would provide a breakdown of their capital, their employee expenses, program expenses, that sort of thing. Do we have any information from the historical system?
Yeah, actually, if you look in their application, did you get a chance to look at the application that's in the packet?
Is it in tonight's?
Yeah, it's in today's packets. And I don't know that it is precisely, you know, what you were looking for, but they have quite a bit of information. They have their draft budget, including their draft budget. They have a copy of their last completed year financial report for 2013. And again, this is kind of part of a standardized application that all the nonprofits submitted this year. So it did allow us to do a little bit better kind of consistent assessment across each of the applicants. So
It's still hard to track where R80 goes.
okay.
If you look at page 108 of 172, their operations funding, the first paragraph says the proposed allocation of $80,000 supports 87% of the staffing costs. So if you look at their total, I mean, pretty much the entire allocation pays for their staffing for the organization, and they're a pretty staff-intense organization. They're pretty much dealing with records and then archiving those records. And so the other significant expense they have is a professional services contract. But those are the two primary expenses the organization has.
Yeah, and there's actually, thank you for pointing that out. There's a pretty good detailed list, a bulleted list of how they would, of what they accomplish with this support.
So I guess what I would say is I would support the recommendation, and perhaps the signal be given that, you know, some progress on certain fronts or demonstrable progress be provided to us over the course of the next year. The things that we're looking for, opportunities for cost savings or that sort of thing. And so,
Yeah. So thank you for that. I guess I skipped myself. I'm sympathetic to the need, and the feasibility study is precisely the tool that should give us clarity on their direction and needs going forward. So I'm willing to continue to support them at this level, but we need to see that completed this year. If there's a message, we need to see that completed in 2015. Eileen? Or I'm sorry, Eileen, just one second. I'm sorry, have you already commented about these guys? Does anybody else who hasn't commented yet about the historical side had a question or comment?
Well, I would agree with supporting them until they get the feasibility study done.
Okay.
And that gives us a better idea of where they're headed. And
Okay. Any comment or?
A question. So the feasibility study money is being rolled over from which account to which account?
It's in the general fund, so we're just reappropriating it from 2014 to 2015.
And where did it originally come from, the funds? They were just general fund dollars, it wasn't a
Right.
transfer from one to the other? Okay.
Eileen?
I just wanted to bring attention to, if you look at 108, sort of the last bullet, it's talking about that they understand that this is a fair amount of dollars that they have, received from the city, but that they are also looking the same goal without reducing their organizational capacity. They need to invest in this study, and that hopefully is going to help them along to provide some solutions to the challenges that they've had lately. You know, and if you have to look back, like it's been a year and a half or more ago in which they had that water pipe break within the building, which took months of their time away from being able to do any of their typical work in saving the archivals, photographs and documents and so on. So that took a great deal of time away from, I think it's been like, it wasn't this year, it was last year's. So they've been coming back from that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Nina?
Just clarification, I do support the administration's recommendation. I was willing to listen to some other ideas, but I'm good with it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then we'll move on. The next one on the list is the Issaquah Senior Center. They had applied for $99,000, and that is the administration's recommendation. And it is just a roundup from the amount that they were awarded in 2014 at $98,720. And you can see, I haven't mentioned this before, you can see this is their full budget and what percentage of this award would be of that budget. And so it's about the promotion and the operation of programs and the facilities. you can see that there. I don't have any specific comments about this one. I generally accept the administration's recommendation. I know that our mayor has made some of his own time recently, has been to some of the board meetings, and he just shared with me how he felt that the board of the senior center is really active and engaged, and I thought that was really encouraging and a good report out of such an important organization that we actually are funding at a significant amount. So I was pleased to hear that. I don't know if Eileen or Tola, you had any other feedback or comments? None from Tola? No. Stacy?
Does the 38%, does that include in-kind services too? Or is this just the hard dollar amount? I thought there were other services we provided in addition to that.
Yeah, actually, we do, and it's in the budget. You're right, this is for this grant. There is actually in the form of custodial services and utility payments. So it was in one of the presentations we saw from the finance director earlier about within one of our earlier meetings.
I've got the numbers if you want the numbers.
Sure.
So wages and salaries is 17,160. Custodial was 10,100. Public utility services is 18,000. So a total of 143,980. Am I right?
Including this 99.
Yes, the 143,980 would be including this 99.
So just real quickly, the three were there was custodial services.
Wages, salaries and wages.
Yes.
Custodial personal benefits.
Okay.
And public utility services.
So compensation for custodial services, including the full benefits and then utility, because we own the building and we're paying a portion of the utilities.
So if you include that, that's more than 50% of.
Yeah, it is. Mm-hmm. Nina?
Just, it seems like an appropriate time. I've been wanting to make this observation that many of these organizations not only get these dollar amounts, but as you say, reside in properties that are owned by the city, which has a value also that might not be in that budget total, right?
It isn't in this particular grant request, but again, we have that information. I think we saw, not the first, at least the second night of the deliberations, we reviewed that. Any other questions or comments? Okay. The next item is the Village Theater. This is a capital expense request to be funded from the capital budget. They had a very, very specific objective of doing an equipment replacement for the microphones used at least by the performers, maybe throughout other aspects of it as well, but for the performers, new microphones. And this did not cover the entire cost for that, so they had other capital funds that they were going to secure to pay, to actually complete the acquisition of the microphones. It is the same amount that we awarded them last year, and the administration is recommending to fund them at their request of $25,000. I'm in support of this proposal. Any of my colleagues on the committee have any comments?
I wish we could fund them even more. I mean, this is a resource that's clearly of a huge benefit to the community, and I'm 100% in favor of this, and like I said, we'd do even more if we could.
Okay. Eileen, any comment to add? No. Any questions or comments? Okay, so now let's go back to the first one that I said we would go back to, and that was the application for from the Friends of Lake Sammamish State Park. They requested 25, and the administration recommendation was not to fund any of that. And if I may summarize, and we had a really good opportunity at Services and Safety to hear from them as well. And I think the administration, please, if you think there's anything more material to add, Bob, but really didn't feel that they were, ready at this time. And I don't know if there's anything more you want to share, how you reached that conclusion not to fund.
Well, one of the challenges, and they referenced it in their application, is that they're not currently a 501c3. C. So until they get that official designation from the IRS, we can't fund them as a nonprofit organization because they don't exist as a nonprofit organization. And we cross-checked the records today of the nonprofits that are certified in a similar situation in Issaquah, and they are not listed on that. So they really have two, until we can enter into a contract for funding them, there's two options. One is they could get a business license and they could operate as a business, and you'd have a contract with a business to perform some service for the city. That may imperil their nonprofit status, if they go ahead and operate in that fashion. And then the second one is they actually have to just get their IRS letter from the IRS. And if that came in, if, council chose to fund them, and that came in November, then in November of next year, you could enter into that contract. But until we actually get that letter, we would not be, we checked with the city attorney, we'd not be allowed to enter into a contract with that entity because of potential gifting of public funds.
Okay, thank you for that. And just to add, we do know that they have applied, and they're very close to kind of the normal turnaround time for those applications from hearing. I don't know if there's any, but as of today, there's still no formal designation as a nonprofit 401c3. Okay, thank you. Do either of my colleagues on the committee who heard the conversation have any comments to share? Tola?
I would want to encourage them that I think they have heard, at least in committee or talking to a number of council members, an enthusiasm for the mission upon which they're embarking, but just a concern that they may have been a tad premature in their funding request. And so I hope that they come away from this process enthused, that there are council members that are enthused about what they're doing, even if we are unable legally to help them at this time.
Okay, thank you. Stacy, then Nina.
So my understanding is they are close, and I'm not sure how close, but really close, may even be sort of a almost approval. And the other piece of information is that the Issaquah City Council has, from what I understand, approved $10,000 for next year and $10,000 for the next year after. And I'm wondering if they would have the same restriction that we would have to donate money.
I contacted them and inquired into how they were able to fund them, and they indicated that they were funding them as a nonprofit. I then shared with them that our research had indicated that we could not find their 501(c)(3) status, and they said that they were not aware of that.
Okay.
So now, as a result of our information, I'm not sure what they're going to reconsider.
You could always, and things can always, funding can always be conditional. It doesn't always have to be yes or no. And I also looked back a little bit at the history of when we started giving money to FISH, which is fantastic, and so don't take this as anything other than that. But FISH was formed in Friends of Issaquah Salmon Hatchery, formed in April of '93, and which is not soon after that is the budget for the next year being worked on. And then, of course, we know, and then later in that year is it approved for the following year. And so for '94, which means it was approved by the council just a few months after they were formed, FISH was given $25,000 for programs. And in '95, the next year, $70,000. And then the next year, '96, $10,000, along with $500,000 in capital. And then in '97, $15,000 for operating. And we've given every year. And I guess my message is I've heard several reasons why the application sort of didn't rise to the top. And, we've just really made some very important statements about how important Lake Sammamish State Park is to our citizens, our community, the health of our community, economically, the importance of, to the success of the Central Issaquah Plan. And if they are needing to hire somebody to help them be successful, then I'm trying to find reasons to help them be successful, not the other way around. And I feel very strongly that if we can find a way to fund them conditionally, then I would support doing that.
Thank you, Nina.
Thank you, Stacy. You said it so well, why we should do it. But I agree also in the conditional aspect of the funding, and only to add that just a few minutes ago we talked about, I think it was the Cougar Mountain Zoo, was a pledge dependent upon their ability to do the project. It would be very similar to that. So I don't know why we can't do that for all those reasons that Stacy stated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Josh?
My only concern at the moment is that there seems to be some flux about the future of the park and what it will be. And I know that the Friends of Lakes Mammoth State Park has a very defined mission objective. What I'm less clear about is how their mission objective fits into the other conversations concerning park development. So, you know, we as a council have gone through a zoning process recently. There is a plan that was developed some years ago, and then there are going to be future conversations, I take it, with the state about what opportunities will exist for the park. And so I'm not suggesting that those missions are at odds, but I just think there's a great deal of flux right now, which adds to the uncertainty of saying, well, we're going to fund them so they can carry forward on their mission, not knowing whether the state's mission and our mission is quite in sync at this time. And so that's my only hesitancy. I totally understand the, you know, need to fund, and then I sort of wonder, well, where will the funds come from? Because we don't have a plus minus box up there yet, but this would be a plus. So we'd have a 10,000 in the plus column.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Eileen? And then Mary Lou?
I think I can follow a little bit with Josh. I think this is going to be a fabulous organization when they get up and going. I'm not sure they're quite ready, not only just the 501c3, but I'm not sure the organization itself, the volunteer organization trying to put this together is very strong at this point. I think it has some growing to do, and it's hard to sort of compare this to where Fish was. I mean, Fish, Friends of Issaquah Salmon Hatchery at that time literally had the facility closing. And there was an extremely large group of citizens within the city of Issaquah that worked diligently for months and months and months to be able to figure out how to save that icon of the city of Issaquah from going away. It was going to go away. The state park isn't going to go away, and that doesn't necessarily mean not to fund them, but I think the dire necessity to do it right at this moment probably is not there. I'd like to see the organization gather a little bit more steam and a little bit stronger body. I don't think the numbers are quite that strong, yes, behind them at this moment in time. When it's there, I think we definitely should put some money towards them, because I think it is going to be a very important part of our city.
Okay, Mary Lou?
I guess I just had one thought, and that is that the request was for a significant amount of more money than what we're potentially talking about now. And if Sammamish has given 10,000 when asked for 25, and say we were to do the same, could they still accomplish what they were hoping to accomplish, which was to have a part-time executive director? So I like Stacy's idea about let's help and let's start getting them going, and conditional, some conditions with the grant might be appropriate, but I also kind of want to touch base with the group as well and see if you're not getting $50,000, what can you do with 20? Not that it gets granted and not spent or whatever. So I guess I would have, like a little more information about it if we were to go ahead with that.
Okay, thank you. We may get an opportunity to hear from them during audience comments. And so my own perspective is that there's little that's come along in the last few years that isn't so core to, I think, our city as our identity and our sense of place in the region. And the changes at the state park, we know the state park people themselves are trying to adjust to the new normal, and the fact that the citizens group has stood up and it's already been effective at raising capital for replacement of a playground equipment on there, for example, up to the tune of $22,000. I think that I view this they're in startup mode. They've got an incredibly important mission for us and for the region, and I'm a very big supporter of trying to help get this going, and I think it's in the best interest of our city. Their total request of 45,000, 20 to Sammamish and 25 to us. Sammamish, as we heard, came back with 10, and I hope to hear as well. But I definitely could support, matching the Sammamish grant. I definitely also want to know, kind of contingent on the receiving the non-funding, but also like to hear, how and whether they can be successful with that. I've had some conversations and with their leadership, and we're going to get a chance probably to hear about that during some audience comments here. And so I'm going to reserve my final judgment based upon that, because my recommendation is if you can't be successful in forwarding their agenda and really taking a step toward where they need to be towards sustainability and can show a plan on how to be more sustainability, then maybe another year is needed. But to be honest, and report that to us. So I'm in support of some level of funding to match what Sammamish is, and contingent like Stacy mentioned earlier, but also hope to hear a little bit more from them during our process. Any other questions or comments, Josh?
Point of order then, are we going to begin a plus-minus
Yes.
ledger? And
Yes.
then we'll be taking thumbs up, thumbs down on these issues?
Yes.
Okay. So this will go on to the ledger?
Yes. I've got it. I've got a straw man. We'll do it up on the screen event here in a little bit. Okay, anything else? All right, so the last item for the nonprofits has to do, it's really the next item on our agenda, and though it was in this category of the nonprofits, was the capital funding for a project in Old Town as applied by the Downtown Issaquah Association. The ask on here, it's actually on our sheet, was for 12, let me see if I got this right. Capital expense, yes. It's making improvements to the Shell station. The ask was for 12. For reasons we heard earlier, the administration was actually recommending 20. They think that was just better, reflects the cost, plus a little, what's the other factor that you add in there? You call it a contingency?
You have prevailing wages, and because they're public dollars, so.
Prevailing wages and.
Yeah, in all likelihood, we just thought it was going to cost a little bit more money. It'd be a reimbursement grant, so we wouldn't pay. We anticipated it wouldn't be, we wouldn't spend more than 20, but we wouldn't pay for anything other than what they expended.
Okay. So, where do we want to go with this conversation? So I really think there's two questions in front of us. One is the administration has made a recommendation for this particular project. I heard in our conversation recently that there's a lot of questioning of that recommendation and of the other projects. Both, there was one related to lighting and the other one was to begin improvements, the planning and improvements for what we know as pedestrian park. And so, I think it's totally within our. Well, we can decide what to do, but first of all, let's just the question of funding the application as recommended by the administration. Let's discuss that question. Tola?
I think my own impression, and I think what I've also heard from the rest of the group, is that I think this is prima facie not an acceptable alternative. I look at this and I can't tell. This is like one of those puzzles where you try to find what's different between two pictures. I can't hardly tell, first of all, what's different between the before and after photo of what they would do to the Shell station, and I know that they would add turf, but this is just not at all. I think certainly what I was thinking of, and it sort of sounds like what I wasn't hearing. Other people sort of said the same thing. I'll be interested to know what other people think.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Nina.
Thank you, Bob. When we considered this goal back in goal setting, and as I've been thinking about it since, the hope was that something could be spread through or centrally placed in the Old Town that would benefit the entire district, and that it would have an economic vitality angle to it. And so when I think about the businesses that are located along front and also along Sunset, how many of them benefit from activities and programs that happen over at the feed store. I don't know, but it was, what I had in mind was something that would help all of them boost up a little bit, and whether it's a beautification project or a visual entry or a wayfinding, something like that, that does have a more pervasive impact. That's what I was hoping for than this one. And then finally, I think there was parking that's removed from the feed store and I thought that's not quite the economic vitality that anyone would hope, even though it's just a few spaces rather, but that's why I was thinking that one wasn't as good.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? So I'm going to kind of I'm going to do just a straw poll of those that, is there, who support, you may not have an alternative idea in mind, but who supports this proposal from the administration to fund this project? This very project. Do we have support on the council for this very project? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to ask a second question. And let's try to manage our time here. Other alternatives, because there were two others, and then I guess there's a third to do nothing option. We always have. So open it up for conversation. Yes.
Just a little information to add. I went to the Downtown Issaquah Association board meeting last night, and they're currently looking at a lighting proposal in the magnitude of about $10,000 for some, it's going to be called festival lighting or something. It's a white light program, not necessarily a Christmas program. So I just asked clarification if the lighting proposal that was submitted here was different, and it is. Mm-hmm. The piece that they're proposing to fund out of this year's revenue is $10,000 piece for white lights, but they have several phases of how they would like to liven up the downtown with lighting. So the proposal we're looking at is in addition to something they already have on the books for this year. That's just some
The lighting
information.
proposal.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other? Tola, then Josh.
I love project idea number 2, Refresh Pedestrian Park. I think that there's a question on what 20,000 will buy you, and but there's certainly it's more than just planning that's listed here. That what 20 would get us. 20 looks like, at least from the proposal, would get us something demonstrable. It's right at the heart of the city. It's an area that I've had people in the DIA tell me is really essential. That they really want to see something done with pedestrian park, and so it's this is much closer to what I had envisioned as a quick turn, something to say, hey, we're really serious about doing great new things downtown. This and I understand the piece about wanting to do something that is comprehensive, and I'm not saying that's a bad idea, but this is what I envisioned as a quick hit towards the school.
Okay, thank you. Nina, or excuse me, Josh.
Well, I think the do nothing doesn't sit well with me at all because it was a council goal, and I think that it needs to be funded. The lighting program, I think it sounds like there's already some concurrent efforts going on there, although the proposal that was presented on the lighting to us would go above and beyond that. I think the lighting is an excellent idea, but at the same time, if there's already something going on, then maybe that's something for us to look at the following year in coordination with DIA or whoever's putting it together. So maybe that's an issue that we can put on the back burner for 1 year and see what their program does and then build off of that success. So that leaves us with the pedestrian park, because I really haven't heard anything else. I do think there are opportunities for considering other, and I'll use the buzzword again, innovative ideas of things we can do to enhance Old Town vitality. I'm not going to sit here and use a bunch of time to throw a bunch of ideas out on the table, but there are other things that we can do, whether it's art-based, whether it's community involvement-based, bringing people into the Old Town area for some kind of event. We talked at the goal setting about some kind of art competition, ways that we can really get people into the Old Town area and do that revitalization that the goal contemplates. those are, again, all discussions I think that we or some body needs to have, whether it's the EV Commission or the council committee or what have you. But in the interim, it sounds like we can use these funds to do something worthwhile with the pedestrian park. And so I would be in favor of doing what we can to spend those funds on at least a phase one of that type of project, with the understanding that these other things, the lighting and other ideas, would be explored later.
Thank you, Nina. And then Eileen.
Yeah, thank you for letting me come around again in that
Oh.
I do, to correct the impression I made, Tola, pervasive would be nice if we could do it, but the lighting project wouldn't be the one I would pick because of the administration's well-founded concerns over continuing costs. It doesn't have the permanence that something else might have. The pedestrian park, I'm 100% for, and I wish we were looking at a wayfinding suggestion, and I don't know why we can't still. And I'm not at all for doing nothing because it is a council goal, and we have pedestrian park on the table.
Thank you, Eileen.
A couple of things. $20,000 is not a great, big, large pocket of money to do much with. I'm absolutely in favor of doing something at pedestrian park as opposed to the feed store at this moment in time, because I'm not sure that this $20,000, first of all, I don't like the presentation that they gave us. The idea of taking parking away is ridiculous. But I think there could be better value in the pedestrian park. And if whether we generate a master plan, and I've seen one drawing that's there, or if we just go through with $20,000 and do some updated improvements right now. First thing that has to happen, I said it last budget meeting, and the cement walls have got to come down in there. You know, I won't share the latest Salmon Day story I had with you at 5:30 in the morning about some of the visitors in that park. But anyway, I think it's very important that we start someplace, as we've said, and it was a budget goal. Enhance Old Town is going to take a whole lot of dollars. Wayfinding is extremely expensive. You're not going to hardly get a sign for $20,000 that has any value whatsoever. So I think this is probably the best, use of these dollars, the best bang for the buck at this moment in time for these use of dollars to do something in Old Town.
All right, thank you. Stacy.
I like the improving the pedestrian park area, but I also like the lighting. I don't know what DIA has planned. I'd like to know more about it. But they accomplish two completely different things. Working on pedestrian park and the lighting. And I guess because they have a lighting plan going on, I would favor pedestrian park. But I hope. Okay, we can talk later. So I would favor pedestrian park then.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think one of the things we learned at the committee meeting is that there was thoughtful analysis put into what the needs were, and it was determined that high on the list would be to create a gathering place. And that was one of the objectives for the redevelopment of the Shell station and is to create a more welcoming and usable gathering space. And I get that. I also believe that same objective can be achieved at pedestrian park. I think the centrality and the visual impact of that kind of connecting with kind of our core being a green space, and yet at the intersection really of downtown and Main Street, so to speak. So I definitely would favor that. And I'm getting a definite sense from this council that that we would like to have the administration re-engage the thought of funding the project as originally proposed from pedestrian park. Bob?
So I think we've clearly heard that you didn't like the proposal that came forward. And what I would suggest, the pedestrian park is really a city park, so the project would really be a city-led. It wouldn't be contracted out to DIA necessarily in this case. That as you go through the budget, you think about, what the allocation should be, what the appropriation should be, and then think about a process that we can work with the council on coming up with the right plan. So, if it's 20,000 that's in there right now, maybe you keep 20,000 in the budget, and in your council president letter to the administration, you ask us to come back to the services committee in the first quarter, and we'll get costs on some different ideas and some different concepts for how it can be used downtown, and be able to kind of fine tune that proposal a little bit and understand what some of the costs are, so that you're not required as part of the budget, to define the 20,000.
Right.
It's just an allocation.
That's right. Thank you, Bob. All right. Are we good with that? All right. Thanks, everyone. That was good conversation. And we just finished, we're on the fourth item in our agenda, which is Newport Way. We have there's a Newport Way Construction Fund. And I'm not sure who's going to lead this conversation, but and I'm not sure it needs to be a long conversation. Basically, I think the proposal, and I'm doing this completely from memory, I think there's 145,000 in that fund. And the suggestion, from Councilmember Scher, was to, perhaps transfer that money to another fund where it can be used in a more general purpose for whether it be complete streets or some other objective, transportation or mobility related within the city. Josh, do you want to comment?
Sure, and I think, Diane would point out that it's more complicated than just A to B. There's sort of an A to B to C of the transferring, but the upshot is using the money and closing out that fund, which, as you pointed out, is $145,000. It is a drop in the bucket of the overall cost of the Maple to Sunset Newport Way project that this money could potentially be used for. You don't really want to spend it on anything else on Newport Way because you'd be wasting that money once the Maple to Sunset project goes through. You don't want to do a bunch of design work or constructing something and then have to tear it all up again at some point in the future. So basically, either this money is just going to sit in the fund and not be used until whenever that Maple to Sunset project gets around, which I think on the TIP is now slated for future years. So it's going to be there for a really long time. Or we can actually use the funds for something useful, such as the two that I identified that add up to approximately 145 were ADA compliance projects, because it doesn't appear, other than finishing off our transition study, we're actually doing anything on ADA this year. And then there was a Dogwood Street related project, which seems to sync up really well with the Northwest Dogwood Street Improvements project that we're spending the $720 on. That project, we've now learned, does not have an intersection control as part of it, so any of the sidewalk issues and improvements that could be done out of complete streets wouldn't have any conflict with that aspect, because we wouldn't be doing work at cross purposes at Dogwood. So there is a way to spend this money, which is it's really a drop in the bucket, and I don't see any point in just keeping it in this fund. It's not like someday when we're doing Maple to Sunset, we're going to be going, boy, if only we had $145,000, but we're short by $145,000. I mean, that project is tens of millions. So I say let's use the money for something good now, and it can be done, it sounds like, accounting-wise.
Eileen.
Are there any restrictions on these dollars, how they can be used?
We will make it all work.
Come on.
That's kind of broad.
Well,
I mean,
it's a good question. We have restricted funds.
You have these restricted funds, but we have some other restricted funds that we can move to other projects, move these in their place. If the council's desire is to do these projects, once we move all of the money into the street construction fund, we can accomplish all of the council's goal. It's just how we identify the revenue sources with the other projects.
so they are, though, transportation-related only projects?
Yes.
So there are some,
The restriction is their transportation, and they have to be used for a capital purpose on a capacity project.
Capacity.
But we have other funds that we're using non-capacity revenues in order to accomplish a capacity project that we can then move those dollars.
Okay, yeah. It's capacity
See, that's
related.
why I said, please trust me.
So-
they cannot be used on a recreational project,
No.
a swimming pool or a skate park or a,
The bond issue was originally for transportation-related projects. I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
So one way we could handle this is in, again, kind of we could actually make some line items, identify changes in funds, balances, transfer as part of this budget exercise, or we could include it as request to the administration with, for them to complete next year as part of the letter to the administration to complete a set of proposals on how to do this.
Another option is, if the administration, if the mayor is in support, we can just simply make it as an adjustment to the proposed budget at the time you adopt the final budget. That's what we did last year on some of those changes.
What might, okay. Bob?
So the only, I'm button challenged here. So the only comment I would make is that we understand where the revenue sources are coming from. What we've not heard is where the money would be spent. So right now we can use the money for capacity projects. And so we've heard Josh's proposal on how the money would be spent. So what we would need is a consensus of the council to direct us on how that expenditure would come about. So if you chose to use that money for another traffic capacity project, then I think it would be easier. Right, I'm just saying that it was not, it's certainly not been the majority of the council. So during your deliberations, how that expenditure would come about, I think your answer has been directly related to what the direct question was. So if you said, we can take this money and invest it in a traffic capacity project, and that capacity project may be in the North Issaquah area, then that would be an appropriate use, and we can do that. I think part of the issue is the allocation of it to be used in complete streets and the other account. Okay, so I guess what I'm saying is, if Josh eventually makes a motion and council approves that, we'll go ahead and we can make the adjustments in this year's budget perfectly fine. If council says, you know what, we want to keep that $145,000 for the purpose of traffic capacity, come back to us at the next, remaining meeting and tell us where we can use that money for traffic capacity, we could do that as well. And it doesn't require some of the shifting around. So what we'll need from you is, if you want it out of there, you have to tell us how you want that $145,000 spent. Sorry, I said that in a very roundabout way. Got it? Okay.
Would it be for a roundabout? So I'm still a little confused by, so the way you were going to switch it around, there's no restriction except, so there's two questions. I understand there's two issues there. One is it restricted in fact by the way that you're going to do it? You're going to switch money around, or could switch money around. And then the second is whether we want to restrict it to transportation related.
So the money in the Newport Way Fund was bond funding and
Right.
street impact fees. The money in that particular fund, as it stands today, can be used for capacity-related projects. You can, however, therefore, what Bob was saying is you have three different options. You can leave the money in there. You can indicate that you want to use it as a source of funding for our existing capacity projects, free up those dollars and reappropriate them to Councilmember Scheer's suggested projects.
Right.
And however the council, we can accomplish the accounting as Bob has indicated. You just sort of need to give us a direction on, if you have, with this $145,000, how would you like to spend it?
So I understand all that, but I think it goes back to the original question that Eileen asked, which was, is there restriction? And you answered no. And my understanding was, you said there's three options, but you didn't name a third one. Is the third one, you can move around the money such that there isn't a restriction on how we use it?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Josh?
So to follow up, there really are two questions here. The threshold question is, do we want to leave the money just in the fund?
Okay,
And
so
then
let's
it
go
says-
through that. Let's go through
right?
that question.
That's the threshold question.
That's okay. Let's go through that question. Just straw poll. Is there support to moving that money out of that fund for a purpose to be determined? In other words, to use it rather than leaving it sitting in its current fund, which is limited to capacity improvements on Newport Way. So I'm getting a really clear message from the council that the threshold question has been passed. What's the next question, Josh?
Question 2 then is, what projects can those dollars be spent towards? And the 2 that I identified, it's actually more than 2. One is a set of ADA compliance improvements, which actually, according to the answer we received, is $75,000 total for doing sidewalks, curb ramp improvements, and audible pedestrian signal improvements at various locations. And that actually apparently knocks out all the ADA compliance improvements in the entire complete streets. At least that's what we were told. Maybe that's not true. But that is approximately $75,000. And then there's another project, Newport Way at Dogwood, west side through intersection area at 55, dealing with missing sidewalk, non-motorized links improvements. I chose that one because not only does it fit well within the existing 145 budget, but it also dovetails nicely with the fact that we're working on Northwest Dogwood Street in 2015. And so there seemed to be a nexus between the allocation of funds to a project that has a relationship to that corridor. You could pick anywhere off this menu or a number of other transportation projects. These 2 fit within the budget. They seem to have a good nexus and a good purpose. It also enables us to complete streets projects in 2015 because, again, I will suggest that we are not funding complete streets. We are funding a Dogwood Street project that has complete streets elements. So this allows us to check some things off a very, very long list. That's just my suggestion.
So the second question is, these funds are designated for capacity improvements. So my question to the council is your preference that we continue to use these for capacity improvements, or should we consider an alternative, such as at complete streets? Do people care at this point, or should we defer this decision later on? Tola?
I actually think that regardless of whether it's capacity or complete streets, I would like to see this money stay in that area of Newport. Many of the things, assuming we had the however many millions of dollars it is to do the comprehensive Newport work, there would be improvements. There continue to be pedestrian access issues to IVE, and I know that they were looking forward to the large project when it was going to be going through. And so I would like to see the money stay in the area to either improve traffic locally in that area or improve pedestrian flow, particularly to and from the elementary school.
Okay, thank you. Nina? Actually, we'll get back to you, Josh. I'm going to give everybody else a chance.
I appreciate Josh fishing out some ideas for us to get the conversation going, and they're not bad ideas. I like them, but I think and one reason why I really agree with them is that the original question, or the question you just asked, Paul, was would you like to take it out of capacity and put it into complete streets, for instance? And I think that would be, if we could do that and be authentic to the intent of our funding, that would be great. And I also like the refinement that Tola has brought, is that something that kind of sits around Newport, so then when that wished-for project comes along, all the pieces start coming together. But the complete streets is something that I think is important to us, and it's seemingly hard to get funded. I'd love to put something there.
Okay. Anybody else who hasn't spoke yet? Stacy?
I think it needs to be spent in the transportation realm. I don't have strong feelings about where it needs to be spent because that's really not my expertise. I think other people have a better handle. People in the city have a better handle on where that should be spent, and so I would be fine deferring that. I'm also fine with us deciding.
Okay, anybody else? Josh, you want to comment again?
I wanted to piggyback Tola's comment to see if I could help out with his suggestion, because I think there is, again, in keeping with the idea of a nexus of using these funds, a nexus with Newport Way makes good sense to me. And so if you look at the list, there is, I don't know what this is, and maybe you know, Bob, or maybe Sheldon would know, there's a Newport Way bike lane ramp that is a missing bike links list here, and that's at 68. And again, if you take that combined with Newport Way at Dogwood, then you're going to be at 123, and you could still have funds left over to do various ADA type improvements. You don't have to spend the full 50 and fix every single ADA thing, but you can still do some ADA related stuff. use all of those 145 funds, accomplish 2 Newport Way projects, and maybe some smaller complete streets improvements. And that would, I don't know if Tola, if that would fulfill your request.
I don't know if I know enough about the specific items that you're proposing. I'm sort of worried that we're not going to figure it out here
Yeah.
this evening. I think
Yeah.
if we collectively as a group gave the administration guidance on the sort of some general requirements of the direction we'd like to go with it, that might be more doable this evening. Forgive me, I just don't know enough about the bike ramp or.
We can talk in committee.
And I'll add to the conversation is that I think we all were made aware that we're going to have a pretty big ADA nut in the future. And the ability to use these funds to begin to chip away at that, I think is a really smart thing to do. So I understand the proximity to Newport and the benefit there, and but my first preference would be we know, I mean, it's going to be much more than $145,000 for our overtime. So that's my preference going in, is to use it that way. So as the maker of the idea, Josh, you don't have to. I just want to run this by you. So we can continue to deliberate and try to give very very pointed direction, or we can put it in the end of the letter at the end of the year and ask and then ask the administration as an item to come forward with a proposal for the council to consider. So it's the end of budget letter item instead of, and let them, when they have the appropriate time to make considering all our comments, then make a proposal, and maybe then we can run it through the legislative process. Would you be okay with that?
That sounds great, Paul. Perhaps if we want to get more information, we have a pair of infrastructure committee meetings that are coming up, November-ish, mid-November, and then December 2nd. So we will have opportunities, perhaps Sheldon or one of his team could give the committee at least a little more information on some of the particular projects that have been mentioned, so if any questions arise, or we can give further guidance. But otherwise, for tonight's purposes, I'm fine with not getting into the weeds.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So the next item, I don't have it up on the screen here, that was on the meeting packet, is titled Replacement Vehicles. And it is an item that is currently that executive sedan budget line amount of $38,000, and I think this is one where I'd like us to make a decision on this amount. It's just, we don't need to deal with this a second time. This is the only time we need to handle this item right now. Right, so there's a budget line item of $38,000. I'm opening the floor to conversation about it. Seeing none, Josh?
I was going to give us a chance. This was my idea. It doesn't matter if I'm the only one that thinks this, but I will not go on record supporting a $38,000 allocation for an executive sedan. I will not support that amount of money. I don't believe it's justifiable to our constituents. I don't believe when people are struggling that kind of money, that taxpayer dollars should be used to that extent. I don't believe when our business community comes to us and says, what are we getting when you raise the B&O tax based on that proposal? And we've heard the comment that they don't want quote unquote fluff. This is fluff as far as I'm concerned, $38,000. I don't deny the need to replace the vehicle. It's got 130,000 miles on it. It needs to be replaced. But the amount is the problem that I have. It seems exorbitant for the replacement. And I know there's a policy out there, and that's maybe something that we'll get to. I don't know, but, I want to cap that amount. And so
At what?
I would say 30. I've looked at, J.D. Power says you can get a 2014 Toyota hybrid, but I know this isn't coming from a lot. This is coming from a government pool or something, so maybe the pricing's a little different. But I'd cap it at 30, save us $8,000.
Okay.
Okay?
Any other comments? Stacy?
So I just don't know enough. Can you tell us about the policy? I mean, because I don't think that this is necessarily a green light to spend $38,000 on a car. And it's a car. It's not a limo. It's not a car with a driver that drives executives around with the City of Issaquah flag. It's a car. And so, I mean, we've got cars that are sitting all over the place. There's one sitting at the senior center that the city used 20 years ago. And they have a long lifespan, but I know we just don't go out and write a check for, some fancy limo. So can you explain the policy?
So while we don't have any official policies, we have practices. So in our financial statements, and in our accounting system, we take our sedans, a group of sedans, whether it's in development services or whether it's in our IT department, and we figure out, in consultation with the subject matter experts, which is our fleet manager, the life of an asset. So our vehicles tend to go around 6 years. This vehicle was slated for its life cycle. It was fully depreciated in 2013. When the recommendation came forward in 2014, we reviewed the mileage and the conditions of the vehicle, and we recommended that it not be slated for replacement. Then the fleet service manager this year, based upon the condition of the vehicle and the age of the vehicle, came forward with a recommendation based on his expertise in working with the vehicle that it was time for its replacement. What they merely did is provide an estimate. They went out to the state of Washington, the site that we typically use to acquire, and the cost at that time was running around $38,000. So they just slated that as a placeholder. When it comes time to officially replace it, they go through and look at the various bids from either the state of Washington or other cities where we have entered into an interlocal agreement to acquire vehicles based upon their bids. And we acquire the vehicle at the lowest and best cost that we can find. So in 2006, when we purchased it, it was $28,000 at that time. So we would continue to follow our practices. It's the same practices that we use for replacing our police cars, our heavy equipment. We go through the exact same process for all of those vehicles once it's been determined that it's time for its eventual replacement. And we accumulate the value of that over the 6 years. We put in reserves, 1/6 of it, each year when we're building up the reserves. So a lot of it is, quite honestly, is from administration's perspective, is we rely upon the subject matter experts in the fleet as the fleet manager. When he says it's time to replace, he knows that he likes to keep his assets as long as possible. But when he makes the recommendation, we generally follow through with it.
Stacy?
So I do think the city needs a written policy. We're big enough now, we have enough cars that it seems to me we need a written policy. I don't have, I'm not going to oppose this expenditure, but I do think we need written policies. I have a copy of Bellevue's from their fleet folks, and so from what I heard at our last meeting, we do a like vehicle,
Yes.
right? Like replacement.
Yes, we do.
And from my skimming of their documents, that's what they do. So perhaps we can start from there, and it's not necessarily a budget thing, but it came out of budget, and I just think it's a responsible thing to do. So I'll forward those documents.
Any other questions or comments? Nina?
I think that's a really great contribution, Stacy, to the conversation, because if I'm hearing Josh right, he wants to be responsible to our taxpayers and reliable, and a policy would help define that obligation in a accountable way, and so that might alleviate some of the concerns that some people might have. I appreciate that.
If I might comment, we do have a general policy in our budget policies that I was aware of. I wasn't exactly sure where, Stacy, what, how specific, but we do have, it says will be maintained upon the life cycle replacement plans to ensure adequate fund balance is required for systematic replacement of fleet vehicles, equipment, and operational contingency. Department, and then it goes on to departments will be charged for fleet operating costs per vehicle. So we do have in our general policies that we've defined our vehicle replacement on a six-year cycle on our accounting policies, and so that's how the two of them link up. But we can certainly get more specific in a operational policy.
Okay, so I think the question on the table I'd like to just address is there is the administration's proposal to allocate up to $38,000 for the acquisition, for the replacement of this vehicle. So and there's a counter proposal from Councilmember Scher that to cap that at 30,000. So I'm going to ask the question about who's in favor of changing the allocation from the proposed 38,000 down and to a new. So I'm kind of making the motion and seconding it myself, more or less. Who's in favor of this?
It's a minus on the ledger. My proposal is for a minus on the ledger of $8,000.
Got it. But I think this, just. So who's in favor? All those in favor of a minus on the ledger for $8,000 for the acquisition of a replacement vehicle? Okay, thank you. Good conversation, thanks. The next item on the agenda is the skate park. Skate park, not the state park. Skate park. And I think the question is the additional 100. I think it's an additional $150,000 in funds from which fund? I know the money comes from real estate excise tax. From the. Yeah. Which fund?
So it really would just be appropriating it from.
The project is funded $150,000 from mitigation,
Right.
and then it was originally $200,000 from real estate excise tax. So the additional $150,000 would come out of real estate excise tax.
So pardon me. I don't think we have a fund named real estate excise
No,
tax.
so what happens is you get excess.
Capital improvement fund.
Capital
Right,
improvement
yeah,
fund.
when the revenues come in, if you exceed what your anticipated revenues are, they typically would roll into ending fund balance. So it's really kind of, yeah, that's what they're doing. So in the budget, what we're proposing is that money comes out of the ending fund balance because it was greater than what we would have anticipated it to be at the end of the year and starting into the budget.
If you want to look at it that way, sure. So, comments, open the floor. Yeah, Mary Lou.
This was hard for me to pull this out. Like, I don't want to get way down in the weeds here, but it looked to me like it was coming from the mitigation fund. And it was being transferred in to the capital something fund. $450,000, $300,000 going to streets and an extra $150,000 going, okay. Maybe the numbers are just the same and, okay. It was hard for me to see where the money was coming from.
So if I can turn your attention to the budget document, if you go to page 7-3, what you see is in 2014, we had budgeted $150,000 for the skate park. Because the project wasn't as far along, and because we haven't done the construction in 2014, the $150,000 coming in from other revenue sources, which is coming in from the mitigation fund, is simply a reappropriation of the 2014 dollars. So then, when you look at taxes, that's where we're using that difference. So the 150 is the mitigation that we appropriated in 2014, getting carried to 2015 because we didn't do construction this year. And the 300,000 from the mitigation fund is going into an entirely different fund, not into this fund.
Mary Lou, does that answer your question? Are you satisfied?
Yep, first question.
Okay.
Question about the REIT. So what percentage do we get, and is it broken into two pieces where one has to be used for something and the other one is, we can do what we want?
There's two, if a city under GMA, they can get the first 0.25% of real estate excise tax. I don't know what the entire excise tax is when you have a real estate transaction, but the cities each can get 0.25%. The first 0.25% is more flexible, and you can use it for even repairs and maintenance on parks. So the city made a practice, or council made a practice many years ago, that they wanted that first 0.25% to go into the capital improvement fund. The second 0.25% is more restrictive, and previous councils, and when I look back at the history, I can go back to 2000 and I can follow it. I can't. And then the second 0.25%, they wanted designated to transportation-related projects. So the second 0.25% goes into the street transportation fund for construction projects.
Okay, and what is our surplus for this year anticipated? Is it 4?
It's probably going to be around, right now, as of the end of October, our budget was 1.2 million, and we were at 1,250,000. So assuming we would get money in November and December, depending on the transactions, it could be 350 to 400,000 more before the end of the year.
So how is that allocated then in this budget? 150 towards a larger skateboard park, and the rest is showing up in a street?
And part of it is in the ending fund balance, but a lot of it was also being used to help fund the significant increase in the street overlay program. We went from 390,000 to 800,000.
So we've put more than the first 0.25% into road projects, so the 150 that was going into the skateboard park is unrestricted?
It can only, REIT funds, it means, if I understand your question correctly, REIT funds can be used for a variety of purposes. It can be used to purchase parklands. It can be used for capital improvements. It can be used for construction projects. And so when we look at how we spend that money, part of it is it links up with the capital facilities plan in that we identified the source of how that REIT money is spent. So the recommendation was to use some of the money for increasing our overlay program, and then using the additional increase to do the skate park.
Josh?
So I have a suggestion on the expenditure side. I'm looking back at the original agenda bill that led to the $350,000 allocation, and that was back in September of 2013. Exhibit B to that bill talks about the potential expenses for a skate park and estimated costs based on professional references from other, I assume, skate park building companies or wherever it's from. There's a number here, $30 to $40 per square foot appears to be the typical range. That produced a potential expenditure for a 10,000 square foot skate park, which is, I think, the square footage that we were looking at under the preferred option, of 350 to 400,000. What I would be willing to do, and this is just my perspective, but I'll throw it out there, is to allocate $400,000. It goes above and beyond what the council originally intended. I think we put the cart before the horse a little bit by allocating $350 without knowing what the cost would be. But basically say, here's $400, do the best skate park you can. If it turns out there are other things that are needed, I think at the last meeting, someone had brought up a phased approach or ways that we can enhance the park over time. There are other improvements and other dollars that we can consider down the line. But 400,000, based on the estimates we were provided, should get us around a 10,000 square foot skate park. That produces $100,000 minus vis-a-vis the budget, which I believe is currently at 5, right? So that gives us $100,000 line item savings in the budget. It gets us a 10,000 square foot skate park. Build the best one you can with 400,000. That's my suggestion.
Okay, I just want to add one thing to that. If my memory serves me correctly, and I should have written this down, I think the preferred option was for a 10,500 square foot park. I don't know if anybody else recalls that detail. I don't know if you have that as well. And the option that would have fit the original budget was 8,500 square feet. That's my recollection of those two numbers. So what does it work at 10,500 square feet?
Yeah, that's the engineers here.
Let's get it out.
Well, is it $30 a square foot or is it $40 a
Five
square foot?
5,000.
The
Well,
average range was one company gave 30 to 40, one gave 40, one gave 35. So you pick 35 as a midpoint median. So at 35 per square foot times 10,500.
And it's $370,000. So, can I speak to this, Paul?
Go ahead.
So let me give some context on the statement was made. Perhaps we should have waited to get bids in. Let me just, I'm not sure all 7 of us were on the council when this vote was taken, but it was in the context of the parks bond. And the reason that we moved this item when we did was because some of us had felt that the skate park should have been on the park bond, and the public process had pulled it from the park bond. And so it was reflecting the will of the council at the time, the 7 who were on the council at the time, that this was important to the city, and it allowed it to be moved off the table in the discussion of the park bond. And I was a big proponent of the bill, and I was very happy that we passed the bill. I am curious what the rest of my fellow council members feel about the right size of the park. If the rest of my council members, if the rest of you feel that keeping with the original amount is important, I'm okay with that. If everybody feels that what we heard was compelling, I support that as well. There is a piece of it, though, that I hope that we make clear, which is I think there's been some ambiguity about whether we want to dismantle the existing skate park. And I think we should make it clear as a council that we do want to dismantle the existing skate park, that it is not an amenity as currently configured, and that we would like to have it returned to some other state and be brought under the parks. I think it was put under parks, which would allow certain regulatory prescriptions on it that aren't allowed currently. So that's the important part to me. Whatever we decide on what we think the park should be funded, I think we need to add that whatever it is, $20,000 or $22,000, or Bob, you can tell me, that it takes to dismantle the existing skate park.
So I think the question that we were considering was the additional capital of $150,000 for the construction of a new one on top of what was previously identified, which I'm going to maintain the original amount was 300 with 50 for destruction and of the existing skate park.
That
So,
was my election.
right, but and I think now the recommendation from the mayor is a total of 500 without tearing down the existing park. So I do look at this as 200,000 more than we originally thought we were appropriating for a new park. So that's a 67% increase. Now we got some more information. And I do agree with Councilmember Scher that this is a case where maybe a feasibility study or some work to get a hard proposal, and we were only considering an amount based upon a known item. Maybe we want to do that with pedestrian park. That practice would have helped us here. So I'm caught between So I think the question of kind of tearing down the existing one, that's a second question right now. I think the first one is this proposed increase, and whether that, you want to view that as 100 or 150. I think it should be clear in your minds that the proposal is an increase of 150 over what we had originally considered. So I think as a matter of practice, I really struggle with a 67% increase when we had gone through a legislative process to identify, and we got recommendations, and Josh even cited some of the very facts that were shared with us, and the justification was a key part of my calculus to support the proposal that it was. So in principle, I really have a strong reaction to a 67% increase, and I understand how we got there, but I don't support that much of an increase. I don't. So, Nina, I'm not sure who was next. Nina.
Thank you, Paul. Yes, Josh, thank you so much for bringing in those numbers that I had kind of remembered vaguely but didn't have my hands on them, because I do remember those numbers, and I would like a 10,000 square foot skate park, because I hope it'll be significant and big and a draw, and I'm glad that it comes in at an average of $35 a square foot. Because when you think of, and I can't leave the old skate park off the table completely, I think it has to be looked at in this whole picture, because though we want a new skate park, the original impetus was the problem with the old one. And so we can't just leave it there and leave it alone. It's part and parcel to the whole picture. So with the information that Josh has provided, it helps to have the information that would allow for a new skate park and the repurposing of the old area with a budget that is much less than what the administration is suggesting now, perhaps even $400,000 total. The other thing, though, that I want to bring up again is that I keep asking, don't remember, and there's been so much, I don't know if I've jotted it down, I just lost it, but what am I not, what were the options? You know, like with the $20,000 in downtown Issaquah, there were things that, oh, well, if I picked this one, then I won't get that one. Well, if I put an extra $100,000 into the skate park, what was the other thing that I'm not getting that we're going to miss? And I don't remember having that choice when it came to this funding.
I think there's an answer to that question.
Yeah, I hope so. I just can't remember.
It sits in ending fund balance. That's the answer to the question.
That is fine.
I mean, I think that was what I heard
We also
earlier
have
this morning.
Pluses, right? There are pluses to be considered
Yeah.
as well.
Right.
Right.
Eileen?
I think I have some questions and some fuzzy. I think it's very important that we have the 10,000 square foot. Anything less than that, I think in 5 years or 6 years, 10 years, we're going to say, gee, why didn't we invest the additional dollars and build this to what it really needed to be a success and to be a draw, and have all of the necessary jumps and bumps and whatever else they go off to draw the kids there and have it something that they really want to participate in. But I guess the question is when we talk about $35 per square foot for the skate park, is that simply for the cement structure itself, or does that include or not include the trees, the benches, the walkways around it, the rest of the parking necessary, to complete the park? So I'm not sure I understand that piece. And then I don't know how much it costs. Does anyone have a dollar on what it costs to demolish the old one?
Well, we were initially quoted 50.
It was quoted 50,000. I agree that it needs to come down. Does it need to come down this year? Is just sort of a question. So I think we need to move forward with this. I don't think I have the full idea about how much it's actually going to cost, because I don't know if this includes amenities. I don't know if, so is it listed here?
Can I help
So
answer
who,
that?
is, yeah, go ahead and answer
Okay.
the question.
The agenda bill we were provided says, and I'll just read the paragraph, price per square foot is what each company quoted as the industry standard for the expense to design and build a skate park, not including land value, start to finish. For the purposes of this document, a price range of $35 to $40 per square foot will be used, not including land value. That's what we were told.
Well,
40 was the highest of the,
and again, I think that's a pretty vague statement. I mean, has that taken into account the water table that we have to deal with here? I think I remember some statement in regards to the dollar increase was some of the issues in regards to our high water table in that particular part of the city. So it just feels like I don't have all the answers.
Any other questions or comments? Stacy?
It is a tough one because I do have the same concerns that Eileen has, that if we build a skate park using a max budget as the guide, then are we going to regret that decision just a few years down the line? I do like the suggestion that I heard from Mary Lou at our last meeting about phasing. We didn't really get an answer to that question. And I think I too do not like the 67% increase. But even though I want to make sure that we invest wisely, I'm still a little unclear too as to, are we getting more than we need? Does this cost include everything? So it is a hard one. I don't want to underinvest because that doesn't do us any good. But $500,000 is really a lot of money. I can't remember what it was in '98, like $30,000 or 40? No, what was it?
the original
It
skate
was.
park was built for $75,000.
$75,000.
Today it would cost about $196 to
Yeah.
$224.
It's $500,000. I mean, if we're going to spend that much money, then I would hate to spend 500 when we should have spent 6, because you might as well not do it. But I don't know what the difference is between 500 and 600 and 400. I don't know what we get. I don't understand, really.
Is, Tola?
I'm sorry, I thought Brian Burnson talked about specifically plantings and whatnot associated with the proposals that he showed us. I thought he included that in his estimates. Bob?
Yeah, I think the
And benches?
the sketch was all part of that whole number, was a fully loaded cost.
So I'm not sure, I get that we're still hoping that it's closer to $35 a square foot and not $40 a square foot, but it does seem like the administration has made a good faith effort to try to size up what's available for a certain amount of money.
Yeah, I agree. My sense is we saw 2 very complete proposals at different, last time we met. And I also heard that we can build a park for the original budgeted amount, even at the 350. Even at the 350 amount, and it may not be as ideal as is possible if we were to spend more. It makes sense. That's easy. So I mean, my position is I say we stick with the original 350. I know we can get a good park for that. So that's So how do we want to handle this question? Now, clearly, there's a full range of preferences from accepting the administration's proposal to fully rejecting the additional expend out of the ending fund balance for the fund that has the real estate excise tax in it, capital fund, wherever that is. So it's a really big dollar amount. So I'm not going to pull the council right now, but when we look at all the suite of significant changes, we're gonna have to answer that question.
One final
Tola?
I would like to just request that the administration get further clarification on what the dismantling cost associated with the existing skate park is, just to get clarity on how large of a fraction. If that's $15K out of 350, that's very different than if it's $49,995 out of 350.
Okay, thank you. Stacy?
I have another add-on to the, the questions. Can we get information clarifying exactly what is included? And whether that's a sketch or a design or just kind of where we are in that process, or whether this is a really good guesstimate, just how confident we are that what we saw is what we get for that price.
So what would be the highest level of confidence that this is actually a bid from somebody who says they can do it? Do we know what that would look like? Stacy, I'm sorry.
Sorry, you're asking me?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
What would?
Yeah, what would give you the highest level of confidence? What would a confident number look like to you?
Well, I think I just want to know where we are in the process. What is it that we saw? And
So it's just okay. So some clarification on that. Was that a bid? That was a design estimate.
Right. What they did was when they had the preferred option and the council-funded option, when they worked with the design person, that individual and identified that the two projects, one was at the 350, the 300 mark. I'm not exactly sure if it's three, and then the other one was at the $500,000 mark.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments before we move off this subject? Yes.
I'll follow up with that then. And so it would be good to know in terms of the phasing issue that Mary Lou brought up, and I think Stacy echoed that as well, what elements of it can be phased or deferred so that if there was a lower allocation for 2015, then that issue can be revisited without hampering the functionality of the park.
So I think, and Diane was just mentioning this to me too, when we talk to the rec department, at the end of the day, I think, what we will have is whatever the allocation is that council eventually puts in there. Now, they'll still want to go out, they may talk to concrete companies, see if they can get some materials donated. That would help bring some of the cost down if they can get some of those materials, or if they got any other funds donated from other sources that might be along the sponsor. So we might be able to extend beyond what we can buy with the $350,000 in tax money that would go to the project, if we can get some donated funds or some other materials. But at the end of the day, we'll need to know kind of what we're going to have, and then we got to proceed with getting the design work done. So that's kind of where we're at. They're not going to have a lot of time to go out even and fundraise to build a bigger park if that was an opportunity, because they got to get to that. They got to get design going if they want to get the project built this coming summer.
Okay. Thank you. We good? All right. Next item on the agenda, we'll cover, then we'll take a short break, is the Route 200 fare box discussion. Did we discuss that in any depth at all so far? I don't recall having a conversation. So it was on the list for the printed agenda. What I do recall is that in anticipation of that route actually completely going away, there's nothing in the budget for a fare box contribution. Am I recalling that correctly? So now that the route hasn't gone away, its hours have been compressed to make sure that nobody who has to commute during the peak times can use it, but the route's still with us. So what is, I think you guys raised the question. Yeah, you guys raised really the question. It's not, there's no budget for fare box for Route 2000 in the 2015 budget, Route 200, excuse me.
Yeah, so when we did our budget presentation those first two nights, it was one of the things that Diane did mention as part of that process, but it wasn't called out as a specific item. But the mayor did, we debated this quite a bit, looked at options. Obviously, what came out of the county originally was influenced some of that original recommendation. But I think, the mayor ultimately decided that if people want to ride, that he's recommending a change in policy, and if the people that ride that, there's been some sense that there's a willingness to pay, and that if we find some gaps, we've talked to, other nonprofits, that there may be some opportunities to provide more direct assistance in some way that may be worth exploring, but that, he's recommending that we no longer fund that fare box and that, users pay the fee. And save the city $50,000 at the end of the day.
Is that what it was, 50,000? Is that what we funded in the past? Okay. Discussion, Josh?
This, for the folks who aren't on the CIC, this came from committee referred to budget discussions based on a presentation about the Route 200 that we had. And we had a gentleman from Metro who came and talked to us about alternatives to service. And what is being looked at, as I understand it, are rerouting options for the route to improve its productivity. And so it survived the purge, but as was pointed out, it's been significantly curtailed. And this came up as a budgetary discussion because there are movements underway to try to look at rerouting for better efficiency and so forth, but none of those would take effect based on the information we got until, sometime in 2015 at a minimum, probably late 2015. So in the meantime, while we have this now curtailed route that doesn't run at the peak hours, et cetera, the question came up whether we should say, okay, your service was saved, but you're not really getting this full productive route that you could be getting. So as a policy, does the city want to subsidize it for one more year, recognizing that essentially you're getting less bus service than you were getting before when we did subsidize it? And so maybe we want to wait a year, continue to subsidize it in the interim, and then when the new routing, the more productive routing takes effect, eliminate the fare box subsidy at that point in time, because then you'd actually be paying for something better, more efficient, more productive, going better places in the city to serve populations. So it was really, and correct me if I'm wrong on our discussion, but that's what I heard was, do we want to continue to fund this for one more year until this rerouting to serve whatever populations we identify occurs in late 2015?
Okay, thank you. Josh, Tola, then Nina.
I'm the taller one with less hair. So with all forgiveness to Yogi Berra, this is like deja vu all over again. We had pretty much this exact same identical conversation minus the shrinking of the Route 200 either 2 or 3 years ago. And my concern at the time was, does this inequitably hit folks who can't afford other means of transportation? And at the time I said I was not supportive of cutting it until we knew whether that was going to create a burden on folks in the city, less affluent folks. And so for that reason, because we don't have the answer to that today, 2 years later, I'm not in favor of cutting the subsidy until we know the answer to that question, because I suspect that this route is used by folks who can ill afford to come up with other transportation options. So until somebody tells me otherwise, I don't think we should cut it.
Okay, thank you. Nina?
Thank you, Paul. Thanks both of you for those contributions. I agree with both of you. But I do recall part of the way through 2014 when we met with the transportation mobility team. We were talking about this in a more holistic setting. And the unanswered question was, what do we want the Route 200 to do? To provide transportation for those people who are in need? Or is it an economic vitality supporter? What does it really do? And that question went unanswered. And I just have to leave that where it is, because that discussion, I believe, is still ongoing, and we'll come back to it. But one thing that would have made this a lot more exciting was if we had said, okay, we don't want to make it a freebie because the freebie isn't necessarily providing for the need. We would like to reallocate that subsidy in a way that targets community members who do need it. But that redistribution of the budget item didn't happen, so it's disappointing. If that were the purpose of the freebie, to provide for those in need, then let's put the $50,000 somewhere where those people in need could get it. If it is for economic vitality and for that, well, then let's budget it that way. But just to remove it entirely and not reallocate it is disappointing.
Okay, any other comments or questions? So I have a comment. So remove it and not reallocate it. I mean, it was, originally it was, well, the route wasn't going to be there, so there was nothing to fund, right? It wasn't like, let's just not do it anymore. It was nothing to fund. I'm generally would support the idea of adding a fare box to it. I think there are already options for members of the public with demonstrated, need for some type of relief, so lower rates, or at least tickets at a reduced cost. And that maybe put some more burden on the users. But I think this idea that we are subsidizing a public transit, and so that there's no cost to the user at all is, that's an anomaly in my mind. I think that to ask and expect the members of the public who use the bus to pay, it would be a relatively nominal fee. It's not a lot. I use the bus, not every day, but enough to be familiar with what the costs are. We're only talking about a couple dollars for a route. Now I realize or a trip that can add up over time. But my general sense is at this point, this is something you just add a fare box to the bus. I could support that. I heard what Councilmember Martz said about we don't really know, and until we have more, there was a certain assumption about how it made this service available to people who otherwise would have difficulty, paying for it. I hear that. I never saw. I don't have any evidence of that, so we don't really know how true it is. And but to me, it's just very simple to say, hey, to just go ahead and open that up and make that a fare-based route. I have no problem with that. And so the administration's recommendation at this time is to not subsidize the box. So a council change would be to change that, would to be add some subsidy. Now, I guess a question I have then is if 50,000 in past years, was that proportionate to the number of hours of service? And given now that they have reduced service hours, would that number change?
That's a good question. Get an answer for the next budget deliberation, but it may change, because that was based on, the agreement with, based on worldwide. So we'd have to look at it. But 50,000 is out of the budget, obviously.
Your mic's not on, but
Just leave it on.
you said it was a good question.
Yes, it was a good question. We'll leave it at that. And we'll get you an answer next time.
Okay. So we're, I think, so let's get that information, but,
But the policy question is just as you identified, which is, do we want to subsidize the fare box or not? And then
Right.
if it is, then we can come back to you with what the number actually should be.
and just for clarity, even once you get the new information that the route was not terminated, the mayor's decision, choice was to no longer subsidize the fare box.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's reflected in the budget. Okay. Okay, are we done with that one? So let's take a break. When the big hand is on the 5, we'll get started again. So it's a little over a 5-minute break. Thank you. Okay, let's get started. We have some people still trickling in, but every member from the council is here. So I know I mentioned before break we were going to continue on with the agenda and start by looking at the agenda bills, starting with 6899, the Development Services Technology Surcharge. But before we do that, I want to take this opportunity for audience comments. There's a couple members of the public here tonight, and I appreciate your patience in listening. I'm sure everybody was taking a lot of notes. I could tell for the viewing audience, the ones that are here are really enjoying themselves. So, if anybody's here would like to make comments, I'd ask that you'll use the microphone. Try to limit your comments. I think we normally limit them in regular meetings to 5 minutes. If you can take less than that, it'd be great. It's not going to be a time that we have a dialogue with you, so this is just your chance to share with any information or share your thoughts or ideas, with the council. And please state your association with the city. And is there anybody here who would like to make a public comment?
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Matthew Bott. I'm here to represent the Greater Issaquah Chamber of Commerce. I work at 155 Northwest Gillen Boulevard. Here to speak tonight on the topic of the proposed B&O tax increase, a subject that the Chamber, myself, and others have had many discussions on with members of the city staff and members of the council, and we appreciate that. Let me also say we really appreciate the outreach of the city administration, staff, and council on this really over the past 6 or 8 months. Been some great discussions. We have learned a lot, and I think the community's learned a lot about the state of the budget, the economic drivers, and I think there's been a lot of eye-opening information that's been shared, so I want to appreciate that. So I'm here tonight to share that the Chamber Board has voted to not support and to share their opposition to the B&O tax increase as it's currently presented. The board went through about a month or so of sort of dialogue and discussion and due diligence and has arrived at that decision. And again, that was to oppose the increase as it's presented currently. Really, I think the feedback has been that it's been, and I think you might have heard this from members of the business community outside the chamber even, is that it's really too much too quickly. The magnitude of the increase, as I've sort of reported to you earlier, this month is really sort of a sticker shock. Jumping 150% in 2 years is quite the increase. We've heard feedback on that the word is now getting out. The letter that went out has sort of hit the desks of folks, and it's now being really paid attention to, which is great. We appreciate that. The open houses were very helpful, but it's really still getting out there, and business budgets are being set now if they're not set already. So I think there is appreciation that the first increase wouldn't start as proposed until April. And again, of course, the 2-year phasing is appreciated, but I think it's still a lot of time. We did a survey, and one of the things we learned is that businesses really wanted more time, would like more time to adjust to this. And I can share more of that data later. I think there's been continued asks about making sure that there's good economic analysis that's gone into what the impacts could be for this. I know there's been some, but I think sharing what that is, what the city has learned about what impacts this could have and how those would be overcome, I think is important. We've heard a lot about that. I think I think what we've also learned is that it's important for the city to continue to communicate how these investments will support major things that the business community has asked for in the city's survey. The largest one was transportation. So there's been a lot of discussions about how the city is working to position itself to really invest in transportation projects that are something that the community and the business community, I think, is certainly wanting to see. So I think kudos on that, and we appreciate that. So I think, in closing, we would just urge you to do what you can to minimize this impact or this increase, whether it's spread out over a few more years so it can be smoothed out best possible would be I think very welcome. I do want to say, I think from the chamber, we appreciate the great work the city has done to improve its efficiencies, to manage costs, et cetera, et cetera. There has been some great things in the community in the last 2 or 3 years that we want to point out that are good economic drivers for the city. Hiring a city lobbyist to fight for critical dollars for infrastructure was a great move. We think the city has a very talented economic development staff working to broaden the city's tax base. We think that's critical. The work that was discussed tonight, the Lake Sammamish State Park work, the tourism development work, the downtown redevelopment work, all important, all critical, and we appreciate that. So we'd urge your consideration of this request, and thank you for the continued opportunity to partner with you on these matters.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to make any comments? Sir?
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Chris Kovac. I live at 2255, live and work at 2255 Squawk Mountain Loop, just up the hill. I am the current president of the Friends of Lake Sammamish State Park, FLISP, that wonderful acronym. And again, I appreciate the ongoing consideration to help us out with some funding. And I also, as I mentioned to Tola, I very much respect your skepticism and the importance of, what are we going to do with this money? Do we really got game? And are we going to perform? One little step that just came in as an email only a couple hours ago from Jim Barry, who's been one of our most active supporters. We achieved or completed our 501c3 status. So I have that as a PDF. I emailed it when I got in here. I emailed it to a couple of you. And so that's one of the steps in our process that we need to complete. As I believe you all know, the City of Sammamish has committed to giving us $10,000 a year for the next 2 years. There was some discussion that they would even consider increasing that next year, and I suppose that's dependent upon us demonstrating what we can do. Last time when I spoke to a few of you, there were some questions. Tola had asked me, well, how many of these events are your events? And right now we have only a couple, but that's in 18 months we've managed to organize a couple. One of them is the Holiday Lights Boat Parade. Is it a big, huge event? No, but the idea is to get these going. We have another one that's in the works that will be tied together with Seafair, and that is a water sports expo. And in a way, it is trying to capture some of the energy that was there with tasting and racing, but maybe with in a way that is easier to get through. The insurance requirements and the noise and things like that. There was mention of $22,000, and just to make sure that we're accurate, we got a grant of $20,000. We passed that through directly, and that was in our first year. We had another grant of almost $2,000, and that was targeted towards I believe it was targeted towards our website development. So that was something we did with that. So we've been trying to identify the things we need to do and get them done, keep moving in a sequential process to become a fully functioning group and a viable group and a self-sustaining group, at least to some extent. So some of the things that I really need to, or I hope to convey to you is that I think that we agree that the state park, whether it's annexed or not, is very important to the city. And there's the recreation benefits to residents, the natural resources, and the economic vitality. These are part of the city goals, whether it's inside or out. I think Sammamish recognizes that and was willing to help, even knowing that the city of Issaquah is considering annexation. Our job is still crystallizing, but we know it's because there's so much of it really that's happening right now. We are advocates, we're cheerleaders, and it's grown from, we write letters to help the state get grant money. we write to get ourselves grant money. We're just trying to bring money into that park to help people realize that it's there, that it's wonderful, that it could be even better again, and that the more people use it and know about it, the more that brings to all of us. So in terms of ways that we can demonstrate accountability and good use of taxpayer monies, we will continue to work on our own business plan, which will include moving towards greater self-sustainability. We may, for the long term, look for some assistance. Hopefully we can reduce that, so we're not looking for most of our money from you and from the city of Sammamish, but maybe something, and that everybody has an involvement there. We have to probably look a little closer at when we accept a grant, do we find a way to keep a little bit of it for ourselves to fund ourselves, or do we give it all away? So do we take care of ourselves and then put the oxygen mask on the next person, or do we pass it through? So we realize that there's these questions, and we are, as I said, we are new. We're a very dedicated group. We are also at this stage where we are trying to emerge from this small volunteer group. We're pretty close to, I think, burning out some people. If we can get some assistance from you, and say, you know, with the 10 from Sammamish and 10 or 15 from the city of Issaquah, we can get a person, maybe, you know, they won't be full-time, but we can get part-time, and they can accomplish a lot. What we do with a few people doing just a few hours that they can give a month, it has been quite a bit in the 18 months that we've existed. And if we had someone that could put in 10 or 20 hours a week, I think we could accomplish a lot. And I think those are things that we all want to see. So hopefully you will help us out. I appreciate the consideration, and also your skepticism and concerns about where money goes and how it's spent. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, so we'll wrap up our audience comments. Thank you for that. And now let's move on to the first of the 3 agenda bills. And the first one, as presented in the agenda, was the DSD technology fee. So now that we're talking about an agenda bill, I haven't prepared anything for this. I don't know how you want to address this. I mean, we had it presented to us. I think maybe could you give us just an overview, summarize it again, what were the purpose of this?
So currently, the city charges essentially a 1.3% pass-through fee for eGov. It's my building permit, and essentially goes directly to the eGov Alliance as part of the MVP surcharge that we put on to all building permits. The eGov changed their way that they're budgeting now. So previously it was at 1.3% direct from all the participants, and so now they're gone to a fixed amount for the MVP program, which includes investment, the ongoing, regular maintenance of the program, and those future improvements. And so one of the things that we proposed this year was to change both the purpose and the amount of the technology surcharge fee. I'm sorry, of the MVP fee, and make that 5% from 1.3%. And then broaden the amount so it's not just directly just to the MVP program, but would actually be able to be used for a variety of technology within the city that supports building, the building process, or the program affiliated directly with the fee. So the additional amount that we would see is estimated at approximately $100,000 for this fee. I think we put a little bit less into the budget for this year, not knowing where council would eventually come out on this agenda bill. but it is a proposed adjustment in revenues. eGov went up approximately, or nearly, if I remember right, about $50,000 for this year. And then there's some additional software. We're continuing to try to go from paper on some of our older building permits to, optical character, to the optical character recognition, and bring that all electronic so that it would become searchable and affiliated with the property and the building permit the address that building permit would be affiliated with. And then there's some additional investments that the department would like to make next year and then kind of ongoing into the future. So we did have quite a few conversations with the master builders, and they did submit a letter of support for continued investment in this program and support for the technology fee that was proposed. So that's kind of where we're at. It's an agenda bill because it did get, it would be an amendment to the fee code, and council would have to ultimately make a decision, and pass this, change the law, essentially pass this agenda bill, if they want to change the fee and implement the new fee. If they don't, then the 1.3% would still stay in the budget. It's currently on the fee schedule, and it would essentially revert back to status quo.
Okay, thank you. Questions? And actually, before we start the conversation, I want to say, we're not going to take action on this tonight. This is a committee that's going to be making a recommendation to itself on what to do, at a future business meeting. That's the purpose of this conversation this evening. Stacy?
Thank you. So we went through a pretty extensive exercise a year ago to revise the fees in DSD. My understanding being that it would recover the fees necessary to operate, I guess, at least that was my assumption. And then my understanding is that we've missed that mark by quite a bit. I don't know how and I don't know why. But that kind of brings me to what I'm feeling about this today, which is the same I felt about it at our last meeting, was that I'm really uncomfortable raising fees again because I need a lot more clarity about why we need to do this. And I understand that we're talking about efficiencies, better able to maybe provide services and be efficient, but I thought that was one of the reasons that was given when we revised the fees the last time. So I'm just really unclear, and because I'm unclear, I'm uncomfortable raising fees, even though the Master Builders Association has issued some indicated support for it. I just really don't understand. I really would like to see us kind of figure out a way to stabilize the system that we're using in DSD before we raise fees. Those are my comments.
Yep. I think there were a couple claims in there, and I was wondering if you can have a response. So when we raised the fee last year, the purpose was for cost recovery. And Stacy, I don't want to put any words in your mouth, but I think your point is that we did not achieve cost recovery with these changes,
Right.
from last year.
Well, maybe start a little bit back on last year when we originally we were looking for an additional $400,000 from development services fees. We knew when the decision was made not to implement until April the 1st that we were going to be behind that mark automatically, that we wouldn't achieve that $400,000 because the revenue, because of the late start. The $400,000 was assuming a 12-month period. And then on top of that, when it came to our land use fee, of the land use fees, 50% of them came in prior to April 1st. So we have made some money, around $50,000 on our land use above and beyond. But and then what happened is when we were looking at our land use fees for last year, we were assuming around 13 major projects would have been coming in 2014. several of those, including Swedish, have been delayed. So part of us not hitting our target is that the projects didn't even come to fruition. So we know today that we anticipate on the land use side that we're going to probably be about $500,000 less in revenues than what we had anticipated. Much of it is due to the project simply not coming forward. So it's hard to do after, a 6 or 7 month implementation, do a detailed analysis because there's so many factors kind of working in different directions. You know, if all the development would have happened, then we would have seen the revenue, then we could have done an analysis against our cost. But because we increased fees, but then the projects didn't happen, it's really difficult to do that detailed analysis.
Yeah, I think that was a good explanation, and the only comment I would make is that it's hard to go on absolute numbers in terms of total revenues because you're not sure about the timing of when the projects would come in, and then you can have one really large project with a high valuation that could influence what the total absolute numbers would be in terms of revenue. So, but I think what we did kind of hear in terms of a goal that we shot for was about 85% cost recovery, and that 15% would be about kind of the standard things that would be affiliated with that the general fund should pick up. So that includes long-range planning, some desk and counter work that would get done by the planning when people come in and have questions regarding their property. So what we need to do, because we were asked that question, was to determine what percent of cost recovery we're kind of achieving, and that's what those new fees were really kind of looked at versus looking at an absolute number, because that absolute number can change based on the amount of business that comes in. And so one of the things we did was business came down. We ended up not filling certain positions within that department that influenced, what the cost would be as well. So we kind of try to do some things to adjust the expenses based on the revenue and the business that's coming into that department. But I think that if that 85% number is good, I think that as a benchmark, that's what we ought to be able to come back to you and say, how close did we get to that kind of general cost recovery number? Because that doesn't matter necessarily in terms of what the amount of business that's coming in, other than the fact that you do have a certain amount of fixed costs. So if you end up way low than that number because business is down, you would have to take some action like reducing staff or doing some other things to reflect the decrease in business.
Mary Lou?
So just a question about cost recovery, because it sounds like a complicated topic, but I had assumed that if we were going back and charging insurance and vehicles and everything back to different departments, that something like maintaining software or upgrading software would have been in there too, that wouldn't be a cost to the city of doing business, but it would be part of that fee structure that we're charging. So normally, would that be in there or not?
So I think it comes back to the way that fee was structured. So before it was just a 1.3% surcharge right on the amount of the value of the permit. And so now they've changed the eGov, who we get that program from, has changed their structure in terms of how they allocate the costs out to the various cities. So the argument was made by some cities that our development is so high that our 1.3% would really far exceed, revenue, if we just turn that directly over to eGov, would far exceed what benefit we're necessarily receiving. And so what they wanted to do was say, okay, let's identify fixed costs, fixed investment for the product, and then reallocate that based on the same formulas we've generally been using for other eGov programs. We've got like 10 different programs that we use. And so they changed that this year, and so that's part of the reason that we saw that change in the overall number for this upcoming year.
I don't think I have an issue with the eGov pass-through or how they're doing it. It's the unallocated piece. It's the stuff between 3.5 and 5, that piece. Wouldn't those costs normally be figured into cost recovery on an operation like development services?
The actual cost of the operations is included. It's the additional deferred activities that have never been included they were wanting the technology fee. So upgrades to their permit system, right now, they have indicated that they want to do a lot of document scanning. We took a lot of the files or paper files, and we have no additional resources to do a document scanning program. And so this was a way of getting the resources to accomplish deferred programs or enhancements to the software that we currently don't have funding for.
And I think that's a great point. I mean, all of these are focused on with two outcomes. One is improving the efficiency of our staff, and then improving the efficiency for the customer. So whether it's getting better information quicker, faster, in some fashion, that's been that new investment that we would be making, because we don't have that program to convert all that paper into electronics. That part of the program that would be funded through this new fee.
So is it, I'm trying to understand this as well. So a program, that sounds like a special project. So when we looked at cost recovery last year, I was looking through that agenda bill here, and I probably need to spend some more time with it, but what we didn't identify were, and there were some special one-time projects, such as scanning documents and getting up to an infrastructure that has everything is electronic documents. So we didn't really look at one-time project fees. We were looking at kind of the cost of doing business, but I don't remember seeing anything in here. Some of these fees designed to do projects. So that I understand, and I think you're also saying that there's some capital investment in some new technology to assist with this automation as well. Is that what another part of this increased fee is actually for capital? I don't know if you characterize it that way, but that's what I'm hearing.
Well, one of the things that we've been looking at is improving the technology in our permit system so that our building inspectors can have technology out in the field so that they can get faster, better, quicker turnaround as far as their inspections. Right now, they're we don't have any mobile devices from which they can work from. So, and there isn't any extra funding in the general fund to provide for that type of enhancement. So the technology fee, that's just an example of how we would try to make an investment in related development activities in order to improve the quality of the service.
Okay. And so what's the benefit to their customers? So when they being development services, and their customers being somebody needs a building permit, what's the benefit to them if we were more mobile and had more automation and electronic documents? I mean, I've read that letter, and it's not absolutely clear to me on what they're saying the benefit would be. So that by citing that letter from Master Builders, they're basically saying is that for you to collect this extra money from all these building permits, there's actually an advantage to us because we trust you're going to spend it in a way that's going to allow us to have additional efficiencies and improvements as well.
That's true. And so a big part of that is there's some potential for additional investments through eGov and in the main program that they have. So, part of it is the amount of funds that are available and then the speed of the implementation that eGov makes those adjustments to the program. We're still not at 100% of the permits that come in that are using the electronic permit form. We'd obviously like to try and get there if we can, but those who are taking full advantage of it, they're obviously receiving the full benefit of that. I think the other thing is just the historical records. So, you come in now, and if we have to do a historical search, you're looking through very significant, boxes. I mean, it's not a real the best and most efficient archive that we've got managed over there. So if we're going to be able to do, searches right at the desk for records and information, it's just going to significantly enhance the customer experience for those individuals that come in.
Okay. Josh?
Just briefly, I'm a very big proponent of the use of technology, and while I'm equally loath to consider raising fees and taxes, and they always go up, they never come down. I've said that for years. And the one thing that appeals to me, and I'm certainly not saying I'm voting on this tonight, but the initial appeal of the increase here is that I understand, at least I think I understand, what the fee is going towards. And I understand the need and the technological enhancements that come out of this. And so it's not just, we're going to charge you this additional fee so we can add it to the general fund, and thanks for the money. There's really something that is a benefit to DSD, to the use of technology in the permitting process. And so that appeals to me very initially from a real nutshell perspective.
Okay, Nina?
Thank you for the additional information and all the details tonight. One thing I think I've learned from the conversation is that the eGov cost is really a fairly small portion of what is of interest, and that the cost for increased services and technology is larger, and also the unfortunate, and I just don't know how to accommodate for lost labor time when you thought you'd have revenue because you thought projects were coming through and they didn't. Just because the projects come through in future years doesn't pay you back for what you lost in the previous year, and that is a pickle that I just can't figure out, and a significant one. Pity is all I have for that, and I have to think about this more. But to one thing that Paul said earlier about document scanning and the conversion is that it's not just a one-time cost, it's a whole program. Once you go electronic, you're creating a new way of doing things, and technology expenses will continue in implementing. I mean, what's the point of doing it if you can't use it later? So it isn't just a one-time cost, and one hopes that that would reduce costs elsewhere. And while I'm thinking about it, to Stacy's point, and maybe I heard it from Mary Lou too, the jump is significant. And my concern in a significant jump from 1.3 to 5% is that it's two jumps to the customer. One is the rate, and the other is the cost of their project. The project prices never go down, they go up. So they're getting hit two ways. One is it's a higher rate, and it's a higher rate on a base price. And the reason that that's a concern is shoot, who wants to pay more money? But what would be the unexpected or the unanticipated outcome of that? What kind of development are we discouraging, and what kind of development might we be more likely to get if this rate is so much higher? Somebody brought up a meeting or two ago about sure, the larger builders could absorb this, but the smaller builders couldn't. I don't know if that's true, but unintended consequences, I haven't quite analyzed them. Just wonder what your thoughts were on that.
Well, I think the big thing is the savings that the person who's going to lose money on this is the printer, because they're printing plans that they're then submitting to the city. So you're still getting plans. It's just becoming an electronic format rather than coming in and printing. And for those of you who were on council when we first kind of looked at going into the MPP program, you can remember John Minato bringing in this stack that big of plans and said this costs a developer $25,000 to print. Whereas now you're looking at a fee, which is substantially less than what that costs. So I mean, the reason we're getting the support from master builders is, it's not just an increase in cost. There's a decrease in cost too. It's just being spent in a different way, and it's a lot more efficient for them to be able to have it through an electronic format than it is to do it in paper.
One thing I was going to add, having worked a little bit in that industry, is one of their common sayings is time is money. So the more that on our side that we can use technology or lean processes or improvements to shorten up the time between the time they give us something and the time we turn around and give it back to them, they're willing typically to make that investment because once they get going, they're paying interest on money while they're waiting for us to go through our permitting system. So in general, the more that we understand in their industry, time is money, and we can use technology to move faster, then they're so highly appreciative. I mean, especially on even our larger projects, but even on a smaller project. I mean, you know, and you've heard stories that in other communities, it's 6-8 months before you get a building permit. Well, you've already began the clock on your letter of credit and drawing down those funds while you're waiting for another community to do that permit. So they tend to be highly supportive of technology because of that.
Okay. Mary Lou?
Just an extra thought after Josh's comment about fees always go up and they never come down. I think the part I'm uncomfortable with is I'm fine with covering whatever this new eGov thing is as a pass-through, but there's no list of projects that goes with the other piece where there's dollars and cents. So if we knew that the projects add up to $500,000 and we collect this fee on an anticipated revenue for X years, we can get these projects in. And then after we have the new software, Paul's right, there's an ongoing cost. We know that too, but I don't like to commit to collecting the 5% forever. I'm uncomfortable knowing what we get with that difference, and if there's some upfront costs, it'd be nice to know what you get with that. I do have to bank this surplus for 5 years before you can do anything. Is the software that expensive? I mean, I just don't know where it's going to, and I almost would like to see it in a phase thing where we approve the eGov piece so that the pass-through goes away and it's all covered, and we agree to a second part as long as we have a list of what we're getting with that second part, and whether or not after an initial investment at a certain level we can get rid of the second part. We can go to 3.5% after 5 years because we've got the software in and we know how much money we need to maintain the components. But to have it at 5% forever kind of bothers me a bit. So, I mean, I don't know.
Tola?
So, kind of to build on that, I see that one of the listed alternatives is alternative 2, amend proposed ordinance with reduction. And again, we're not voting on an ordinance tonight, but amend proposed ordinance with reduction in percentage charged. I have a concern that's sort of holistic, which is I think that, you know, we haven't made any decision on B&O yet, but I think that we had a substantial increase last year in fees because we wanted to get cost recovery. And then we're looking at a substantial increase in the B&O tax rate this year to fund critical infrastructure and to put us on a sustainable revenue model. But this one feels like a little bit maybe a bridge too far for me, and that because it's sort of a phase 2 of something that we started last year, and because it's coming in a year when we have a number of fees that are going to, or I shouldn't say fees, B&O is not a fee, it's a tax, that's going to hit our business community. I personally would be more inclined towards this alternative 2 than I am towards the bill as written. Thank you.
I have a comment to make. So the handout that we got from Christopher when he came and presented this to us, I have an electronic copy of it here. I don't know if anybody still has the paper copy that he handed out. And I'm just going to read part of it. What changes are from year to year? For the most part, all expenses except major projects, reserves, and document scanning will be assumed to occur every year. The amount dedicated to those 2 categories will fluctuate depending on the amount actually collected based upon the development level and the current major project. But here's the point that's interesting to me. What are examples of major projects? There are 2 major projects in the immediate horizon: document archive scanning and document management system installation, launch, and integration. The document archiving project will be roughly $150,000, and with the 5% technology surcharge will take an estimated 5 years to complete. I can stop right there and say, there's a pretty specific project at known costs that they're targeting for, and that's the kind of thing I would need to see in a proposal, and I think I'm seeing it here. I mean, this is what this is. There's a very specific acquisition of a capability with a demonstrated benefit both to us for our ongoing costs and for our customers. So, I think that's what I'm hearing some of my colleagues on the council asking for, and I think this information's been provided. Josh?
I think there's a way potentially to address the comments that I'm hearing, and the comments specifically Mary Lou made about a way to roll back the increase once the project is complete or projects, and that would be the inclusion of a sunset provision in the 5% so that it can be readdressed based on the anticipated project deadline, so a future council in 3 years or 5 years or whatever that period is determined to be can reevaluate at that time whether they want to continue at the higher rate, but otherwise the rate would roll back absent re-upping due to a sunset provision. And I know we've included that in other fees, or at least one fee at least that I can recall. I think it was an impact fee ordinance that included a sunset provision, and we re-upped it, and it had to do with square footage exemptions or something like that. And that provision was re-upped because it was able to come back for council consideration at a later time. So that may be a way to address the concerns that I'm hearing if something like that were built into this.
Mary, excuse me, Stacy?
So $150,000 total, and an estimated 5 years. Is the $150,000 just for the software, the system?
Yeah, so I'd have to so you're asking a fairly detailed question that I don't have a lot of detail to other than what's reflected in here. But if you like, we could get that more detailed answer for you.
Because if it generates enough, only $150,000 for 5 years, it still takes hours to do the work, right? And
I think the thing is, again, it's like you're doing the search over and over again on those when it's paper. So I think the goal is if you can spend the time once and do a one touch and get it to electronic, then your long-term efficiency is going to be much better. But, I don't think we'd object to having a sunset provision within the fee at all. I think actually it might be very prudent to do that, and we could come back to you in 3 years or 5 years or wherever that is and be able to demonstrate how the investment was used and what the benefit was, and we'll be able to get some customer feedback along those same lines. So I think partly we got the letter because they've already seen some efficiencies in the program that got put in place. So that's why there's been that tendency to support it.
so we had questions about the new financial software, that it's not only the cost of the software, it's the cost to implement it and the extra people hours to train, and so I'm having the same thoughts here too. So $150,000 is the hard cost, but then you've got the training, you've got the actual doing of the scanning, and so there's more than just $150,000 investment in this, I think, over 5 years.
So, like I said, I don't have a lot of the detail, but what I typically, if I believe what they are doing is that they contract out the actual scanning of this, and then we get the data back, and then it flows right into our existing software systems that they've already have experience with. So they've got, Trackit that uses a lot of the building permit, MVP for those that are building related. So it's not like new software. This is just, it's taking paper and converting it into a program or data that would be able to be used in our software programs that we already have on the optical character recognition piece.
Okay, so I think I want some more information on this, because 5 years, $150,000, it seems like that's really low to do what we're trying to accomplish. If we're contracting out with somebody, that seems like it's going to be above and beyond the $150,000. But you don't know all the details, that's fine, but maybe we can get some more information.
So I think that that's an ask for more information. And another bit of information that might also help expedite this process on getting resolution on this particular bill. First of all, the letter from Master Builders says, we know you need to do something. And oh, by the way, Kirkland was going to do 5, and now they're going to do 3.5. So maybe you should do 3.5. So I just want to make sure that's clear, that it wasn't just a stamp of approval for the 5%. It might. I'm thinking that going through the exercise and being able to tell us what the benefit and the impact would be of a smaller increase, say at 3.5%, and how could we be successful at that level as well? I think having that alternative, and I think that's what's in the agenda bill too. Like it just says some lower percent. Actually, having that information, I think would really facilitate a final decision that we have to make. Thank you. Is there any other question or comment on this one? Okay. The next one has to do with park fees. This is going to take, we haven't even got to the big one yet. The next one is Agenda Bill 6905. No, that's not right. That's interesting. They're in a different order there. 6907, 20% additional, phased in next year, non-residents. Any discussion? Seeing none. Now let's go on. Oh, Josh.
Okay, I just give a 2-cent nutshell version here. Again, preliminary take on this. I understand the motivation of doing this, and it makes sense to me from the perspective of using recreation programs when you're quote unquote a member versus not a member. So for instance, the softball league I played in last year, members of the community center that run the league pay a reduced rate. Non-members pay a higher rate. And that's understood because there's a benefit to being a member. Now, it's a little bit different when you're talking about a city because you're either a member by virtue of living in the city or you don't live in the city, and there's really no way to opt in and become a member. And so your geography and where you've decided to call home will dictate the outcome here to this fee. So I understand having a dichotomy between residents and non-residents, members and members. What I'm very interested in here is the idea I brought up before of whether reciprocal arrangements can be negotiated with other jurisdictions so that we can essentially opt in our members, our citizens, to other jurisdictions and vice versa. Is there a way that our residents can get the benefit? There's a list here of other jurisdictions that impose these types of fees. Can we have those conversations with those cities about a reciprocal waiver of doing that? And if they say, no way, we want that revenue, well, then, your folks are going to have to pony up that too if you want to come use our recreation services. But maybe there's a way to save people in both jurisdictions, either through an ILA or some other process, and get a benefit for our residents at the same time as gathering this revenue. So that's what I'm really interested in on this, is some kind of reciprocal waiver type of analysis. That's just my preliminary.
So you've said that, we've heard that before, and I've given that a lot of thought. I don't get to the same place you are. This is a proposal to raise additional funds by increasing the fees to people who are not residents. Therefore, they're clearly not paying us any property tax, right? So it's giving them some credit for they're already as residents, but I don't see how what you propose addresses with the objectives for this proposal, which is to actually increase the revenue that's created by a 20% uptick to non-residents. So I don't see where that does that.
Because what I'm suggesting is not I'm not suggesting don't go forward with this proposal. I understand the merits of the proposal. What I'm suggesting is there a way that through a partnership with other local jurisdictions, those included on the list or perhaps some others, that we can in turn, while raising revenue, save our residents money? So in other words, we'll take, City X. City X begins with a B, and they charge 20% on non-residents. So we're getting all this additional revenue in from every other city, anyone who lives in city K, R, every other city, right? We're getting all this revenue. So it's accomplishing the goal that you're putting out there. But at the same time, we can work with City B and say, you know what, when our residents go to you to use your services, we have an arrangement with you, a partnership with you that saves our constituents money for using your services, and we're willing to do the same thing for you. So yes, we've reduced the amount of revenue perhaps that we're getting under that proposal because we've worked with one city, but we're also helping our constituents avoid those fees by using our partners' recreational services. So it accomplishes that goal as well. So it does do what you're suggesting, Paul, but it also provides a benefit to our constituents in addition to raising revenue.
Any other comments, questions? Any requests for more information? Are you making a request for more information? It does. I think the question in front of this, embodied in this agenda bill, is: do we raise our fees for non-residents? I think the idea of some agreement with another jurisdiction is actually a separate action. That's my interpretation. Are you?
As this agenda bill reads, that is correct,
Okay.
right? I mean, I guess the question I would have would be, is there a way to at least approach other jurisdictions about that issue? And if they say, no way, then we have our answer. But if they say, that's interesting, we could provide a benefit to our residents and you could do the same, then perhaps it's worth exploring. But, it's just a matter of picking up the phone. So that's my only ask, I guess, on that, is just if the opportunity arises to look into that. It doesn't have to be done in connection with the bill per se.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay. Okay. So any other, there's one ask in there, and it's just as a courtesy. Let's see if there's a possibility. But I think for this particular bill and the way it's written, its objectives, I'm not hearing any other comments or requests for more information about the current structure of this bill. Okay, so now I need to do a reality check. I am not looking at a real happy group of people right here, and understandably so. But we still have some major work in front of us. And even though the pace has been riveting and it's been fascinating, 3 hours and 21 minutes, I need to get a check with my colleagues here and everybody here around this table. We have a big body of work in front of us. So this next one regarding B&O tax. I mean, I'm in favor of continuing to let's get started. Well, we schedule another meeting. We pick this up at another meeting that's not currently scheduled. Yes, Nina.
Just to contribute, so you're not stranded out there. I'm tired. Everybody's tired, but we made a commitment to the public that we would start talking about this.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that we at least need to start, and maybe what you might like to do is say, let's see what we can get done in a certain period of time, and if we still can't accomplish everything, not to say that it's over, but to have an extension. But I think we should at least get started.
Okay. Tola, then Josh.
I was just, some of this low energy may just be, I personally am just fine with 6907, the surcharge for out of citizens who are not from our city using our parks. So I am bright-eyed and bushy-tailed to talk about B&O taxes.
Okay. Josh?
So it seems to me that we're going to have another meeting anyway because there have been a number of asks from earlier budget discussions. And so there's going to be another budget meeting. I agree with Nina's comment that we've also made a commitment to at least address this issue. I'm going to have two asks with regards to this particular issue. And so perhaps maybe one way to proceed would be to sort of do an overview on, I mean, we've already done a broad overview. We've had a lot of presentations on this, but maybe for tonight's purposes, it could be about what information do we need in order to move forward and make policy on this, so that when we do come back to that meeting that's going to have to be scheduled, we can get those answers. Rather than having a huge debate about necessarily the merits of the plan, but what information that we need. So that would just be my suggestion.
Okay, and I think too, we know we have the hearing next Monday. And I think I do agree, it would be much benefit to members of the public and our constituents if there was a more clear sense of where the council's standing on this issue is, even though we're not taking action. So I think in addition to if there's any request for more information, I think, people giving an opportunity to, whether it be in the form of questions or making a statement, starting to get some information out there on where you stand on this issue. We've gotten, I don't need to go over all the information that we have, and we got some more testimony tonight now from the chamber as having now finally taking a formal position. So I think we need the public discourse, and we need to start being part of the public discourse. So I'm not sure. I'm not going to allocate a fixed amount of time to this. So let's. I think we get started by asking right up. Is there anything about clarification or additional information that any of the council members need? Josh, you raised the prospect. Is there some more information or
Sure,
clarity
I'm
that
happy
you
to let
need?
anyone else go first, or we can go around the table, or I'm happy to start, whatever you'd prefer.
Okay, go ahead.
So the two areas that I need more information about, the one area, Tola made the comment earlier about this would fund much needed infrastructure improvements. And I'm not yet convinced or understanding that to be the case. I don't know, and I've heard plenty of comments from the business community that there is uncertainty about what this level of increase will fund. And so perhaps some detail of where this revenue is going, because right now it just sounds like, hey, it's a lot of extra revenue, and what you're gaining is the fact that we're not losing services and we're not losing things or cutting things. And I guess I'm going to combine that request with a statement, which is I feel like the council is being put in a corner here. This is being assumed now as revenue in the 2015 budget. And in order for us to take action and reduce the proposed increase, we would necessarily need to find a commensurate reduction in the 2015 budget in order to achieve our balanced budget policy. That really, really puts us in a corner, and it really disappoints me to be in that position, because I feel like I'm now forced to make a choice between jacking up the rate to a level that I have heard significant concerns about versus finding a way to cut up to well over $1 million or some number in between, because the rate could theoretically be raised not to the full extent, but some margin between current and proposed.
I think one point is very, very important. It's very clear to me from this proposal that this budget assumes $1 million more in revenue from B&O over last year's budget. So this is looking for $1 million. So I think that's pretty clear. So I just...
But there's also, it's a range, right? Because you could say, well, we're going to raise it to X extent, and therefore it's not $1 million, it's 500,000, it's 300,000, it's some number depending on the rate.
Well, there's a complete proposal here with rates and effective dates,
Right.
and it works out to $1 million in 2015.
That's the budget proposal.
That's. I just want to make sure that there's no doubt about that.
But what I'm saying is, if the council chose to not follow that proposal and come up with some other figure for the rates or some number in between, or say we're going to a 50% level, then that number gets reduced, but there is still some measure of cutting that has to be done up to $1 million.
In my mind,
It's not an all or nothing. I don't see it as an all or nothing.
agreed. So for every dollar, my advice would be, if we want to be talking about reducing the amount of the tax, then for every dollar revenue reduction, we should find a commensurate dollar reduction in expenses.
That is my second request. So my first request is, what are these funds going towards, so that the folks who have talked to us about their concerns understand what are the infrastructure improvements, where are these dollars being spent. My second request is, and I think, Bob, you and your team did a very good job of this last year, you gave us a menu. And I'm going back to the menu. What I would want to know is, if the council did not take action on this proposal, and you could do it just from a no action alternative perspective, and again, I think there's a range. We could say, well, we're going to only go to, 0.008, which is halfway between current and proposed. But let's say no action alternative. What would the administration recommend that would have to be cut from the budget to achieve that $1 million in savings, so that I can understand? Because all the discussions we've had tonight, we've got maybe 100, 150 on the skate park. Is that a savings that offsets the $1 million? We're nowhere near $1 million. So my second request would be a menu of what would be the first things that the administration would recommend cutting if this proposal were not passed in its current form, at least as to 2015. I know you can't project out to 17. So those would be two things I'd want.
Okay. I actually did an investigation on that, and I wanted to commend that. I think that question was somewhat anticipated, because on the original presentation that we got in the first night on slide 30, there's a nice summary of increases in expenditures, and that outlines expenditures requiring additional funding for 2015. And I have it here. I can put it up on the slide. And so there's an overall increase there. If you actually compare year over year from the 2014 to 2015, the top line in increase general fund expenditures is $2.9 million. Of that, the second line, $1 million. There's some of those. There are some dedicated revenues that come with them, so you can kind of take them out. It's not just growth, right? So that being the expedited review development services for roughly $1 million, and then the Drug-Free Coalition grant, which, by the way, is elsewhere in the material, is referred to as the something healthy youth initiative or something like that. I think we may be labeling it two different ways in here. And so then taking those two out, there's $1.7 million in increased spend over last year. So this is just that's the $1.7 million there. Now, what I don't understand is why the list beneath that doesn't also add up to 1.7, but the list beneath that does add up to 1.8. And one of the things you see there is there's some big ticket items in there. The fire, okay, $607,000. That's an 11% increase over the year before. So we don't really have a choice. So it really isn't. The increase isn't 607. It's that 607 is 11% over more. So we have an increase there. The legal fees, there's an explanation. I looked at that. There was an explanation where that's coming from. There's some judgment, and we're budgeting for increased legal fees. You look at another big ticket item, and one of the things that jumps out at me is the set aside for retirement and payouts. So this would be a new policy in effect. So this is a new expenditure in this budget, and I understand the reasoning for it. But what I look at this list, and I think we're starting to see, if we as a council felt that the proposed B&O increase should be adjusted, this sheet represents some areas of increased spending that we could address. And that could be one of them. I would want to hear more about that. The line above that says full-time funding for human services manager. Actually, that's just a net increase over what was appropriated for 2014. That was about the same amount we actually put in the budget for 2014. The position exists. We funded it for half a year. It didn't get fulfilled. So this is actually, if I'm reading this, is an increase. So the real cost for that position is roughly twice that. So, it's currently not a fulfilled position. We might have an option. We might say don't fill it. So there's $112,000. I'm not saying I'm advocating those, but I'm thinking there are areas, and they've done us a favor by already summarizing us on this slide areas of where some of the increased spend would come from. The funding for street operations, that wasn't as clear to me. Is this, this certainly is infrastructure related, but is this, could you tell us more about the street operations? Because this is not the overlay program, or is
No.
it?
This is our day-to-day operations, whether it's our maintenance folks going out and working on potholes or working on the roads, sweeping. So it's pretty much Public Works Operations, Brett Heat's department, that is the street-related activities. There is some engineering in there for Sheldon's group that works on the transportation improvement plan, doing some work on, helping and assisting on the overlay program. So the day-to-day things that are not construction-related street activities. So that's
Okay.
what goes in there, whether it's snowplow removal, those types of things. So what has been so the costs, what had happened when we started looking at their cash balance, we had been using their cash balance over a number of years. That cash balance had been decreasing. So when we get into 2015, in order to have enough, there isn't that beginning cash balance in order to use it for operations. So when you look at the cost of the operations, it hasn't really gone up. It's gone up, I don't know the exact percentage, but there really isn't a lot of any new initiatives in there. So what it really does is it requires a greater support from the general fund to continue their operations. We also saw a small decline in a couple of their revenue categories. Nothing really, probably less than 50,000. So typically, street fund operations, they're kept as a separate fund just because we have a whole bunch of accounting we have to do to the state. But the reality is that they get the majority of their funding from the general fund, with the exception of a little bit of funding from the motor vehicle excise tax. So it's really an operating fund versus a construction fund.
Okay, and so this amount that you reported here, is this the increase or is it the total? Because the fire one is the total, and there's an increase there's an 11% increase in that. But earlier I characterized the full-time funding for human services manager is not the total; it's actually the increase.
This is the
So we've got-
marginal increase.
So this is the marginal increase.
We go from something like 1.9 to 2.3 million.
I take that back. The 607 is the increase, is the marginal increase. I'm sorry. Of course it is.
Well,
That's a $5 million.
It's a 5.9 million.
Yeah, no, so these are all the increased amounts. So that one's, what I really meant to say, that's not negotiable. That's not discretionary.
Right.
An operational expense for street is discretionary. The policy of setting aside for retirement and paying outs, that would be discretionary. I know it supports a program you think is correct and is the right thing to do, but it would be a discretionary decision. So some of these are discretionary, some of them are not, and they are a starting list as well. I've also taken a look at the head count, and really there's some reductions and there's some increases, but there is not growth in the net head count of any material basis at all. So I think the proposal in front of us is a very prudent, from a headcount employee expenses proposal. We've also heard from, there's a possibility, we can't bank on this right now because this will happen after us, is that there's consideration in terms of some of the fees we pay for equipment replacement to EFR, that amount may be reduced. But guess what? That doesn't come from the general fund. And I should circle back. My assumption too, everything in B&O we're talking about goes into the general fund, right? So some of this other areas which may or may not happen, which is really maybe in the $50,000 range for equipment replacement lessening or refund, what have you, doesn't even hit the general fund. So you can't really count that as increased or decreased expenses for this kind.
Where does that come from? If we were to get a decrease in our membership contribution,
It
Where
comes
would we
out
realize
of
that?
the capital improvement fund, the 301 fund on 7-3.
So all of that was just that, I mean, I've been thinking along these lines. I think it would be our duty and obligation that if we go with a lower B&O revenue than what's proposed, we need to identify commensurate reductions in expenses. And they have a bit of information already has been, I think they've given this. This was created to help us understand what some of these discretionary increases are.
I'm just looking for guidance,
Yeah.
because I don't understand on all of these what is discretionary and what's not. I know you've just gone through some of them, but the guidance that we got last year when we did that exercise was so helpful. It was very, very good. And maybe that same list. I don't know.
Well, this one, the 90,000, really, in order to make the math work, what that really is telling, what the purpose of this slide was, because the increase was so significant between 14 and 15, we felt like it was important to try to describe the why.
Mm-hmm.
And the reality is, in order to get this to balance, your very last item would be a minus 90,000 to say that after you take all of these things that are additions from what we had anticipated, we actually ended up cutting, in comparison, 15 to 14, 90 by 90,000. So if you took 2014 budget, moved it into 15 after we did some reductions in reorganization, and excluded these unusual items, so to speak, we actually reduced our budget by a net of $90,000. Yeah, that's the difference, that 90,000.
Okay.
And I think what's important about that is.
Someone did this last time, and they were very articulate in re-explaining what I just said.
No, that's right. And so I just was going to say, what's important about that is, so even though we got salary increases happening next year, even though we proposed a 1% increase in operating expenses, the cuts and other adjustments we already made still ended up with a reduction, holding those, in abeyance of the overall expenses for that upcoming year. And so I think, the challenge that we've got, and, we can do what we want, but the conversations we've had with the mayor is, as Paul just said, we've been very conservative over the last few years. And so we're kind of like at that point where we just have to talk about business lines and what we're going to not do anymore as a city. And so we can have a conversation around that. Is it appropriate to what type of sustainability program ought we have in this city? What is the appropriate level of policing that we ought to have in this city? What's the appropriate level of economic development should we have in this city? And so that's really what we're talking about. We spent a lot of time in our staff meetings when we put the budget together to identify what the priorities were based on the mayor and the senior leadership team. Ultimately, this list, and thank you for bringing this up, was kind of what we said. You know what? We can make these additional cuts with either doing business differently or based on the changing service levels. And so now it's kind of like you're at somebody's sacred cow in terms of what we're going to have to come back with adjustments. So what I want to be clear is, Josh, if that's what you're asking for, we can do that, and we're going to come back with a list that people aren't going to necessarily like. And it's not because we're playing political, games here. It's because that's where we're at organizationally.
We did
that's
it
what
last
that's
year,
where we're at.
and I think you told us the same thing last year, and it worked out very, very well. We were able to keep some things on that list. We were able to cut some things on that list because I think we were looking at ways last year to reduce the general fund expenditures, and it was just very helpful guidance to get that information. And this may mirror this document that's shown up here, or there may be things like Paul pointed out where the fire we just can't cut. So that's not on the list. We can't reduce that. But just having that information, I think, is helpful.
And I think that's the point we did do that last year, and those are gone now. So it's kind of like there's, the 40,000 in legal fees or whatever. I can't
Here's
remember the number.
basically was the summary of what we did last year.
There you go. Yep.
We actually we added the money for the feasibility. They planned for a reduction in professional services, reduction in legal counsel. We did not do a transfer to the street fund. There was a small saving on the premiums. We did not, you were not fill the staff position in shared services and a position in the senior planning. So this is how we actually got a reduction in expenses. These are the items. This is just for reference. Yes, Dolan?
So a couple of things. First off, there's a couple of elephants in the room on all this, right? One is that, the cost of living, which affects what we pay, the largest single output of money is for staff, and their costs are going up faster than we are legally, through the initiative process, through right or wrong, faster than we are legally allowed to pass on through property tax, the way most states do. If the cost of living had been 0.5% for the last 3 or 4 years, we wouldn't be facing what we're facing today, right? And you said earlier, that the core budget is balanced, even including all these costs. And that's just a fact, whether what you think about that process or why our state is where it is. It's the constraint that we're operating in. But I think there's an exercise that I'm hoping you guys will do, and it gets at the other elephant in the room, which is that as much as I don't want to allow policy to be dictated by one private constituent, I do think that we should respond to the question that was posed by former council member Mullet. And he talked about this 31 versus 37. I think that you should present on that next week, because I think if you do that and you talk about cost of living and you talk about where these costs have come from, I think it'll help all of us. That's not to say we should what we should or shouldn't do with B&O, but I think it will put some of this context in. And I think because Councilmember Mullet was a stalwart eagle eye on this process, I think the question should be answered, and I think it will help us address these options that are in front of us. And if we do move forward with the B&O tax, I think it will help us be more comfortable with why we choose to do what we choose to do. Because I think that, for a long time we had two phenomena that were going on. One is that by annexation and growth, we were increasing revenues without having to pass on rate increases to constituents, and so we had 6 years of not taking our 1%. And then we had, for a few years, very, very, very slow cost of living increases, right, where we could keep things down around 1%. But fortunately, the economy has started to come around, and so, wage earners are seeing those increases. But I think all that goes into these decisions that are in front of us today. So I'm hoping by laying out that story a little bit, it'll help us do whatever we decide to do with the challenge in front of us. Thanks.
Okay. Nina?
First of all, will you remind me 31 versus 37? I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank.
I'm going to paraphrase, but Councilmember Mullet said something to the effect of, I don't know if it was the 2012 budget, was roughly $31 million in the budget that in front of us.
Oh, thank you.
I have it on the screen.
Well, there we go.
So in 2012, actual expenses were $31,700,000. This budget is $38,772,000. That's an increase, at least since last year, of 2.9 million. And that's where that slide that I had up there earlier is really important. Because of that 2.9, 1.1 million of it has dedicated revenues for it. So it's really an increase of 1.7. Okay. So that, by the way, is a 4.8% increase year over year from 2014 to 2015. So I think those are the numbers we really need to be thinking about. And then when you start looking at this list, and I don't get the 90 difference, so allow me the slop here, but you can see of that right there, of that increase, the fire one itself is 1.69% of that increase. the policy decision to set aside for retirement benefits is almost 1%. So there's some big blocks here. There's also some big blocks that we can't move. I know.
So, thank you. I wanted to summarize some of the thoughts that I was having to participate in the conversation and see if others were thinking this way with me. And to start off, laying the groundwork of tax policy that you brought up, property tax and balancing that with B&O tax, but then there's also sales tax, and we're not the only jurisdiction that's seeing reductions in sales tax. There's lifestyle changes that aren't going to, the trend isn't going to change soon, going away from brick and mortar shopping. So I think we should anticipate a decrease in dependence on sales tax. So then you're back at the property tax and B&O. Tola pointing out that the restriction on the increases of property tax is real, but boy, by the looks of Issaquah, the value of real estate at which that rate is applied continues to increase. So the revenue from property tax, I would anticipate, except for we will have cycles, will generally increase, even if the rate is held the same.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but can you speak to that? Because my understanding is it can't.
No.
If you have a fixed set of houses, no matter what their value is, you're capped on the dollar value you can draw.
I didn't say, oh, okay. You mean you're not property taxed on the total value of your property?
You are under state law if you're only allowed to get a 1% increase in the dollars you levied, not 1% increase on the increase in the assessed valuation. So it's on the dollars collected. And so if your house goes up 1,000 and your house goes down 1,000, you just redistribute the property tax. So it can only go up by 1% a year.
Okay. It's good. It's a discussion. That's why I wanted to bring that up and how that's way too complicated.
It's a very, yeah. So like last year we levied 7 million, so 1% is 70,000. This year, when you add new construction, it's at 7.5, so now we can do 75,000. So it doesn't matter what if assessed valuation goes up 200%, we can still only get 75,000.
The exception is new construction.
Yes.
And that's what's reflected in this budget. Here are the numbers for property taxes over the years. And you can see, obviously, we are collecting more than 1%. But between 2012 and 2013, we did not opt for that. So this reflects simply new construction. And then from 13 to 14, there's a change because in 14 we did authorize the 1%. So it includes a 1% increased in total amount over existing property plus new construction, new property value. And that is actually very confusing. It's the total amount collected is what we're capped on, not the rate that is levied against your property value.
Okay. And that doesn't change. What I'm seeing are limits in sales tax revenue, limits in property tax revenue, and the escape valve is over here in B&O. And when I'm looking at increases in B&O, what I wanted to get to is that I understand the administration's proposals for increasing B&O rates. And I think that there is a reasonable amount for which to do that. I can be, I think, convinced by the information that's been presented in the 2015 rate increase, but I am not convinced in the 2017 for two reasons. One is we don't have the details and the reason for going to the highest rate possible. It also seems fairly arbitrary to go to the highest rate possible. And I'd also like to see another of an evaluation of other tax opportunities that we haven't talked about, such as head tax, because I want to evaluate our B&O taxes in the way that's fair to everybody, because all of our businesses, employees, or whatever the impacts are to our community, can be spread out, I hope, in the fairest fashion possible. When we go to a B&O tax on gross revenues, which is where I think it needs to be, I believe that needs to be at the lowest rate we can possibly levy, because every business has different margins, and it's kind of unfair if you have that at a higher rate on gross revenues, because all those businesses are different. So I wanted to look at other vehicles, such as head tax, that might help to smooth that out. So if I could, if I were given the choice, I'd say, let's go with the B&O tax increases that are proposed for 2015, but not those that are proposed for 2017, and rather suggest an evaluation of what would we do in 2017 and include an evaluation of head tax.
Thank you, Nina. I think Bob has something he wants to say.
I just wanted to clarify that head tax is illegal.
I'm not saying it right then.
You're not saying it right, okay. So what you can do is a business license that's based on the number of employees that an employer may have.
And that's
But
what I thought it was called.
yeah,
So I'm very sorry.
that's okay.
Heather,
Tola?
So a couple things. I totally agree with Nina that we should cleave off the decision on the 2015 tax rate from the 2017 tax rate. I think we should talk about I think we should talk about, and if we only authorize the 2015 part, leave the 2017 part for another day. On this question about the tax based on number of employees, I actually had a number of questions last time. And Diane and I sort of walked through so that I could understand better B&O taxes versus, for instance, let's just call it the Redmond model, for lack of a better word. And I'm actually really comfortable that the way we're doing it, my sensitivity was towards, would we penalize sort of high-tech employers, large employers, living wage employers, and I no longer have that concern, which is not to say you shouldn't have that concern, but just to speak to the issues I brought up last time got thoroughly and comprehensively addressed, and I'm okay with the structure of the way they're doing it here. And the third thing is, having asked the city to talk about this mullet question, I'm just going to take one element of it and sort of do a spoiler and say police is the biggest part of this. And I think everybody knows that I am a staunch supporter of public safety and of staffing our police department fully. And this is because it's the largest single department. It is hit by cost of living increases, the largest single amount. And so when we talk about the city's ability to respond to the changing situation and the changing environment in terms of what we have to pay employees and whatnot, I am certainly not going to vote for any budget that would reduce our police force in any way, and I suspect nobody else would either. But I just want to say, as an example of a complicated facet that got us to where we are today, police it's huge numbers, and I think most of us agree, money well spent. Thanks.
Yeah. And this budget doesn't increase any positions, and it's a total expenditure increase of 1% in police, by the way. Okay, so I'm not, things to think about. But so what I encourage my colleagues to do is I think we do have to take a holistic look at this, and I spent some time with the spreadsheet, and I wanted to get some numbers behind some of this, and to see where areas of growth, to get explanation behind those areas of growth, to figure out, how much discretion does this reflect, and therefore maybe what some options that we have, what isn't discretionary, and I think we have the information in front of us. So I think if anybody's in favor of the reduction for 2015, then I think we've got a lot of good information. We can ask, you've asked that the administration, come up with some, you call it a menu, but I think there's enough information here too that we can identify that we should expect it of ourselves to be able to identify, where commensurate reductions in expenses could come from. And I'm giving you kind of my own tip, be it based upon the information I showed you earlier, is that, this is identified as increases. This is not a funded position right now. It's not a funded, it's not a staff position right now. I mean, I'm sorry, it's fun. It's not filled, that's what I meant to say. And so, there's an option, right? This set-asides, this is something we haven't done before, but it has a dramatic impact. But it's already been identified for us as one. So I'm just saying is that let's work with some of the information that we have. Nina, then Josh.
Thank you. The set-aside for retirement and payouts, did I understand correctly when we talked about this earlier that although this is discretionary as a current expense, that it is an accumulating obligation that has already begun accumulating?
So it's really what we have is an unfunded liability. So, we've, through union contracts and pay policies, we allow for certain accrual vacations, sick leave, other potential benefits. And then when that employee separates service from the city, whether it's a retirement or other separation, they're paid that out. And so generally they get that cash up front, upon retirement or leaving service. And then what the city has done is we said, okay, generally there's a period of time that you've got a recruitment, and that might take 2 months to 3 months, and so you're able to recapture some of those benefits. So that works out. But for some employees, that could be a year. Like, we had some directors that worked at the city for 28 years, and you're talking about at a high salary, substantial payout. So the challenge that we've had is we've had cutbacks in a lot of different departments, particularly the internal service divisions, like the HR director, for example, left. And so if that position is not filled, but IT would be another one where we went from 6 to 3. So if that position left, we don't have, to be able to run that department for a period of time without the staffing there would be difficult. And if we knew we had a retirement coming, then we could say, okay, we'll start the recruitment 2 months or 3 months earlier, so that at that point in time when that individual left service, we'd be able to continue staffing that department. So that's been the biggest, that's what the intent of this was there's certain departments here we just don't have the ability to, we have a real challenge being able to maintain a service level during that time. If the finance director retired, I think we'd like to, we'd like to be able to hire a person, or, if we had a succession plan, that we would do that, but we'd be able to backfill that position. Right now, we'd have to wait for that payout to be completed until we could backfill that position. So that was the intent of that policy.
And also, based upon our estimates, that $300,000 isn't 100% funding for what we anticipate or what we believe could be our retirements in the general fund next year. It's really maybe about trying to help the department, maybe about 60%. So even at that, the department would have to potentially hold. So if somebody left in January, they would potentially not be able to fill that position till May or June.
Okay. Josh?
So
Then Stacey.
I'm trying to find the right way to say this. One of the things that's troubling me is, so we have this list, and there's ones that have been pointed out are just not things we can cut. The 607 for fire, that's seems to be that it's going to happen. The 483 for street operations, we're being told that's not really a discretionary funding situation. Maybe that number can come down a little bit. But, if you just add those two numbers alone, that's over $1 million. And so it gets back to my first question in terms of what does $1 million in B&O revenue buy? And what it tells me from this list is that if you look at our expenditures year to year from 2014 budget to 15, that $1 million is buying us things that we're going to have to come up with the money to fund anyway. And so what does the business community get other than we're going to fund the things we have to fund anyway? And I don't see any, I mean, I guess you could say street operations are quote unquote infrastructure improvements, but I don't see where the equivalent of jabbing a stick in the eye of the business community with a 150% rate increase is something that is beneficial. And I feel like we're doing this the opposite way. We're saying, well, 2017 we should scale back on, but the difference between the 15 and the 17 rate increase is pretty minimal compared to the 14 to 15 rate increase. It's going from 0.0015 to 0.002, but we're starting at 0.0008. So you've got this twice as much increase coming up now, and then a very much smaller increase to 17. And I almost look at it from the opposite perspective, and the comments I've heard from business leaders is you need to be ratcheting this up in a slower fashion, that no one is saying we're not willing to pay. We believe it's our corporate responsibility to pay B&O taxes, but you're really, again, the term I'll use is jabbing a stick in our eye. It's, you know, we talk so much about economic vitality and a healthy business community, and those costs will get passed on to consumers, whether it's from the car dealership or whether it's on a retail level. They will get passed on, not just from initiatives like this, but minimum wage initiatives and other things around the region that are causing the cost of business to go up. And so I'm not opposed to an increase. I just want our business leaders to know what they're buying and to know that it's a slow diet, a slow progression that turns up the pain instead of whack.
Stacy?
So I have a little bit different take. I don't think, and I think you meant the stick in the eye comment that you mentioned more than once, was on the larger increases, okay? And I don't necessarily agree that we have to somehow make a list of all of the things that you're getting extra for a B&O tax increase. And the reason is because we have a responsibility to make sure that the city is getting enough revenue to provide the services that it needs to provide. And I don't think that the city has done, and when I say city, I don't mean city staff, I just mean collectively us, have done the best job that it can do to keep pace with the costs over the last several years. I think we need an increase. I don't know exactly what that needs to be, but I do think we need an increase. And then I also think we need to do it at what others have suggested already, which is take a look at how we can make sure that we're spreading that in a fair way. I don't think that placing this large of a burden in this way is necessarily the right way to do it. I think there's other things that we can do. Going back up to the set aside for retirement payouts, so I want to make sure that I understand this. So right now, so it says currently an unfunded liability. So right now we have somebody who retires and we finish paying off what we need to do to satisfy our obligations to that former employee, retired employee, whatever they may have left, they will for vacation, whatever it is. But then we hire after we finish that, so we're not paying twice at the same time, right? We're not overlapping. So this would allow a fund that would allow us to finish paying off that former employee, but hire a new employee to replace that employee before their payout term ends. So to me, the set aside for retirement payouts is not so much, to me it's a policy question. And is that addressed in our policy, budget policy somewhere?
I don't believe so. You think it is? Well, stand corrected.
It probably moves us to an even higher number because I think the issue is we would try to fund for known liabilities that we would have, in the city, which is what this is.
Okay.
Because I thought of it initially as, oh, well, that's a savings account, so that we have the money to pay those unfunded liabilities, but it allows us an opportunity to overlap.
So we started the conversation on 2-26, the budget as well as the long-range financial plan should provide for adequate funding of the city's retirement liabilities.
Okay. What's the page number?
2-26.
What number? 8? Accrued employee benefits. Okay, thank you for pointing that out. Mary Lou?
Just a couple of general thoughts on B&O tax. Some of the handouts that Diane had provided earlier in the year showed a whole bunch of different ways to increase the rate. And in the current rate, when you compare us to the other cities, we're not at the appropriate level now. And it's true what Josh is saying. We're increasing it, and we're not also talking about changing service levels. However, we do have a budget that proposes a bigger investment in infrastructure than we've had in a long time. That's good. That's good for businesses, and they like to hear that. But the rate structure that I'm kind of leaning towards is the one that increases both of the current rates, and there are 2 rates depending on the 6 different categories, about 50%. It seems to put us in the ballpark with our neighbors. It seems to raise an additional $1.2 million in revenues. And at that point, I think we are competitive with the neighboring jurisdictions. It's a reasonable increase. And at this point, I'm not comfortable with anything more than that until we study it a bit more, like Nina said, and look at other options. So I'm not saying it shouldn't go higher, but at this point in time, with this budget that we have and this picture that we have for this year, I think that's a reasonable thing. And so I know, Josh, you wanted to start by having the city come back and show us a list or a menu of everything from no increase on. I don't know that that's practical. I kind of would like to start maybe higher at some sort of where we think is the lowest rate we might consider doing, which to me isn't a 0. It is more of a 50% increase on both of them. And from there, then start to evaluate if we do that, do we have a net negative we have to find on the expense side or not? Otherwise, I think we're going to have them prepare a list, and we're going to look at it and go, well, we're not going to do any of that. So that was a lot of
That's
a lot of
that's
work,
very
but-
fair. That's
okay.
very fair. Very fair.
Anyway, that's where I would put, that's sort of the bottom level for me is 50% on the 2 different rates that exist for the 6 categories now. And like I said, I think it raised 1.29.
That's fair.
And that is, I think that's the first page, 3rd column of the handout that Diane gave us. So 8 points goes to 12 points, and 10 points goes to 15 points. Basically how it works. The only thing that might not be in there, and Diane can clarify, is that there's a new exemption level proposed at 100,000. That may not be reflected in the 1.2.
So as she's pulling that up, I think to me, and also an important part of the narrative, it is in an ideal world, if you are making an ask, there is something in return that, for the person or the entity you're making an ask of. And yet, what I'm trying to keep in focus too is that, and it's many faceted. There's been quite a few adjustments over the years and other kind of realities we've had to deal with. And I think the sales tax one is huge. I think the property tax one is huge. So an adjustment to optimize our revenues but balanced not just with something new we're going to get from an increase in one area, but balanced with a demonstrated good business practices. So I would look at this and say, knowing that employee costs are one of the biggest parts, I look and see a very prudent level of staffing. it's in the data. You can't, it's not been increasing, and the actual per capita has been going down. Okay, so that's a pretty key performance indicator to me about how things have been managed. I think that's really key. And I think some of the other decisions we've made recently also about healthcare as another way to manage costs. I mean, those are very concrete, measurable outcomes that they're not returns for increased B&O tax, but they're indication of an operation that is made expense line adjustments before looking for revenue to handle some of the increased costs of just doing business and delivering services. So I think that narrative is very, very important for everybody here in this room and those listening or going to listen on this as well. That I do believe that there has been a not just 1 year, but a multiple year effort and demonstrated effort to manage expenses in a prudent way. And I think we're continuing that with this budget. Said my piece.
So, not knowing where the conversation was going to go, what I try to do, and you can get to it, is I try to say, okay, let's just put some assumptions, and if you were to take everybody to a .002, this is what the revenue increase would be. For the 008 to 002, it's that 150%, and then for the other category, it's 100%. And so then you get over here to a .0015, it's an 87.5, but it gets to Mary Lou's of a 50%. And then over here, if you went to 0012, it's a 50% for this group, and it's a 20% for this group. So, and then part of the challenge is if we're looking for that $1 million in revenue, I took each one of these deltas at 75%, so you don't get enough here and you get too much here. So when you sort of do that 50-50, it hits that right in the middle of the road. So I don't know if this is a value, but it gets you.
I'm sorry, I have a question. The one I don't, that sort of echoes what, it's similar to what we see here.
Because I knew you had that, so I just thought, well, I'll just present it a little different way.
But the one that I don't have, like the one that Mary Lou suggested, the 50-50, that generates $1.3 million.
Yeah.
Off of the 2013 baseline. What does what's in the bill? None of those 5 options are what's in the bill. Going from so what does the bill generate in comparison to the $1.3 million that in Mary Lou's preferred option?
About the same.
Yeah.
It's the same, just a different way.
So it's kind of like putting together a matrix, which is what we started with, and looked at various rates and what the return would be. Then we also tried to add in, okay, where's our future growth going to be in the Central Issaquah area? We see services happening there, so maybe we don't necessarily want to tax the services as much. And so, so that was the second part of the equation. But you're right. I mean, we could do a straight line matrix all the way across with varying rates, and then you'd be able to say, well, this is a reasonable number, whatever that may be.
I'm just really interested very particularly in Mary Lou saying she thinks the 50-50, and I'm just really curious. If you went with 50-50 in the bill, in other words, the first 3 categories went from 0008 to 0012, and the next 3 categories went from 001 to 0015, what the net effect would be on where we would be at for the budget. Because it's not any of those options. Cool. Because that would be very appealing to me. In fact, that if that sounds nuts.
Yeah.
Bottom 3 numbers,
We do.
and then
But also, does it include the revenue that we lose by increasing the exemption from 20 to 100,000?
You have,
Oh, face value.
you have to take that off the bottom.
We would have to take.
Yeah.
It's not off.
It's
So we may have $150,000 to $200,000 delta there. Okay.
Down.
so you would there. So
Ah.
So then, and then these three.
you would take.
Yeah, shouldn't it be the
Fifty.
top
Right.
three of the right and the bottom three of the
Yeah,
left?
Yeah.
that's correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's correct, isn't it?
No, it's the
You get
exact
reverse.
opposite.
Oh. Okay.
It's those three that you have, the 473, that's correct. And take the 18, right?
Yeah.
No, because the 18, what I heard Tola say is we want the city's proposal that's here. So don't you grab, so you have the top three at
Oh, I see.
.0015.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And the bottom three at .0012.
Sorry,
Am I,
No, I'm sorry. You're right.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. We were having you recreate the column that Mary Lou liked. I'm sorry.
yeah, it's 10, and I'm like, okay, I know I'm tired.
Don't mess with Diane.
No, I thought it was opposite though. I thought it was the top three
Yeah, I'm confused.
at a lower rate increase.
No, Tola asked for her to reproduce the current administration's proposal, and that has manufacturer, wholesaling, and retailing at .0015. That's what she's captured.
Right.
It has
That's
printing
in
and
his
publishing,
info.
retail services and services and other at .0012. That's that part.
Okay.
So if she grabs all of these, we can see what that looks like.
And that is different than column 3.
Right.
But there's a rationale behind why they've done it that way.
Right. So it's D20 through 25.
4.26.
Less what we currently make.
Oh.
And so this is also forecasted over an entire year. The other thing in this proposal is to start on April 1. So I just kind of assumed, because you showed right in the budget, it was $1 million. At this, if we actually prorated this to April 1, it should be very close to $1 million.
Exactly.
So,
about 400K.
okay, so if I understand what Diane's just typing in, that is the amount that is currently in the agenda bill, based on the rates in the bill, right?
Correct?
Okay. If you did the other set of three, the ones that
Thank
Mary Lou's
you.
saying 50-50, right? That would then tell you the difference if you were to go 50% increase, 50% increase.
No, we've got it now. If the column 3, Mary Lou's 50-50, brings in $440,000 less. It brings in 3.8 million instead of 4.26 million. So it would represent a loss in the budget. You'd have to go plug a $440,000 hole.
Because the collection, this is a full year's worth of
Right.
revenue, and the collection date starts in the second quarter.
She's applied the 0.75%.
Well, that's a lot less than $1 million.
Yeah, I think that's.
Ignore the minus sign. So we were looking for $1 million. So this year is at 75% for the first year because it doesn't start until April.
Right.
We took out the 100,000 because that's our estimated loss.
From the new ceiling?
Right. So it gets you, it's not a perfect million, it's 183,000 more.
And partly because you don't know how people how they cash flow per quarter and that type of thing. So there's some.
Because it's all, when we looked at the historical past, you know, 1 year it's 23%, 1 year it's 26%. So does that help?
Thank you.
Okay. Anything?
So could I get a copy of that spreadsheet?
Sure.
Thank you.
What all my work, my great work.
So where's the number that tells us if we increased it by 50% across the board, it's a $400,000 loss? Is that
You do
reflected on there?
She's going to do it
Ah.
right now.
Okay. Right, it's those three and those three. And so theoretically, you could reduce the quote-unquote sticker shock, but you would have to find $400,000 in the budget.
440.
Budget dust.
Well,
That was 10,000.
400 was about the exercise we did last year, right? It was around 400. In the end, the a la carte conversations weren't they, Paul? About 400? Well, there we go.
It was, we did a combination of expenses and revenue for,
So, sorry.
26. Is
Just
that what you said?
one of the things that we talked about, we know that over a full year and going forward, you would see more revenue than just the $1 million that was identified. So, Josh, to get to your earlier question, I mean, we know we've got investments that have to be done in infrastructure. We got at least $4 million if the TIB grant comes through for just the improvement in the North Issaquah streets that we're going to have to generate. So, I mean, all we're talking about really is just balancing the operating budget. We really haven't even gotten around to the conversation that we still have on concurrency and investment in new infrastructure to bring our roads up to speed and up to grade. This is just, I mean, primarily the focus has been on the maintenance. Even street overlays are, really maintenance. Complete streets are maintenance. So as we talk about this, what you're not looking at is in year 2, 3, 4, there is additional revenue that's coming in, and that revenue is going to be able to be invested in infrastructure improvements that have to be made, like in the North Issaquah area. So I just wanted to make that point, if that's somewhat helpful. But we're not proposing like new spends in the budget. Yes, some business communities may like to have that, but it's really just trying to come to a balance of getting the financial sustainability for the city in the long term for our operating costs in terms of what it costs to do business.
Paul? Just a couple more comments. So what Bob is saying is true, is that that 5-year forecast showed us that our problems don't go away, they get a little worse over the next few years. So, maybe if we study next year and look at fairness in the business tax code, we won't find another option except that we need to come back and revisit B&O. That's a possibility. The second thing is, I don't think the budget takes into account that we could continue to lose some of the state revenues that we get. Right. I mean, that's an unknown. That could make next year look pretty ugly. But the one positive piece that we don't know yet is we also have there's some proposed changes in the regulation that include some businesses that previously have not been included in B&O tax, primarily hospital services, some hospital services. So that is an unknown, and it's positive, and we don't know what it means. So it could be that we could end up a little bit on the good side with this formula that we have now too. So those were just 3 points.
When you say on the good side of this formula, which formula?
So if we go with either
proposed
the proposal that the administration has presented, or if we go with something a little bit different, we still don't know the impact of this new revenue, this new category of business that's in there, which is hospital services. We don't know what that's going to do. Because they don't report currently, we don't see what their revenue is. So that will not be factored in. Just some things to think about.
Very useful.
Okay, there's the difference. That's pretty clear. So it's 333,000. Josh is happy now. It's less.
Well, however, in the budget, even though it's really 145, because the budget only planned for $1 million increase.
From a practical point of view, though, if we had a different formula, I don't think we can put it in place for the first quarter. We're not going to get the first
That is
quarter.
weighted for 3/4 of the year.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, yeah.
It does account for an April 1 start. Stacy?
You know what I'm gonna say. So we started off the conversation wondering how long we would go.
That was an hour ago.
I'm pretty much done.
Okay.
Yeah.
So noted.
Hit the wall.
They'll be tuning in tomorrow, man. Pick this up.
Yeah.
Thank you for that exercise, Diane, on the fly. Excellent. So we're not going to achieve what I would hope to do, that we could give some guidance, but I think we're going to have a leadership meeting in a couple hours. and Diane, if you're not there, I understand. I don't think you're slated to be there anyway. So one of the things we'll be discussing tomorrow is the kind of procedure going forward. I don't think we can complete our business during our regular business meeting. We're going to need another work session like this to get to the point. And I want to do that sooner rather than later, because it's very important that any adjustments, there's a proper amount of time to actually work them through and give us back a proposal that is viable. So this is a Tuesday night. Next Monday, we have our first public hearing. And a week from tonight might be something we look at to reconvene and to complete our deliberations. Can people look at Diane's not going to be here. She's going to be in Palm Desert.
I was just going to say on Monday night, we'll be also including, as part of our public hearing, a conversation about our property taxes. And I think I had shared with the council that we need to get the property tax ordinance adopted before the end of the month so that we can get it to the county, the end of November.
Yes, understood.
You're looking next Tuesday?
Yes, the 4th of November. I'm sorry?
Election night.
There's an app on my phone. I can get you the results if you need them in real time. Would that work? A week from tonight?
It'll take them 2 weeks to figure out who wins anyway.
Yeah.
The 4th.
The 4th of November.
Eileen and I sit on a board meeting.
What?
We have a 5:45 meeting.
Yep. Okay. I think we're done. Thank you. Do you have any? So we're just working to settle the next date.